Season of the Worthy. This one is split up into 3 sections. First, everything to do with Felwinter and his history with the Iron Lords and Rasputin. Second, the seasonal story, including Ana Bray's discovery of the Echo and Pillory programs. Finally, all things Trials of Osiris related. Felwinter. Covering the book The Lyre and the Weblore Remembrance, but supplemented with selected Destiny 1 and pre-Shadowkeep lore entries, as well as Rasputin's revelations that are delivered to us in a quest during the Season of the Worthy. SIDDHARTHA GOLEM. Amygdala votive grasp.
Rasputin.
AICOM Rasputin. Assets Golem. Interrogative. Immediate action order. This is a subtle asset imperative. No human review. No AICOM review. Secure. Autark. Initiate SIDDHARTHA Golem upload at DSC 342 to assess integrity of moral structures. Stand by for criteria. Under Passage, Obsidian, Sidereal, if Nanobase Sonder is Ivory, if Hammurabi is active and passes human review under context Turing, if Durio Dahana is in failure and passes AICOM review under context IDES, set Spectrum certification to Smaragdine, else stand by for contingent action order. Set Spectrum certification to Amaranthine, initiate human review unless tactical morality is built at midnight. Experience is the teacher of all things. Stop, stop, stop. Coronary Mirror Sheath. AICOM Rasputin. Assets ForceCon Imperative. Immediate action order. SIDDHARTHA Golem detected in sector OR41S. Reactivation conditions unknown. SIDDHARTHA Golem identified with O energy signature. Automated remote asset seizure failed. Automated remote injection of wetware payload Helm failed. Automated remote injection of hardware payload Catacomb failed. I am invoking Absalom Knife. Upon execution, all affected assets resume long hold at midnight exigent. And weep the more, because I weep in vain. Stop, stop, stop. Winter's Guile. Listen to me very carefully. They're coming for you. They'll ask you for a name. Your name is Felwinter. I don't think that's my name. I know. Say it anyway. Why can't I remember my name? I always remember my name. Something's wrong. Was I damaged in crypt processing? I don't know anything about the Deep Stone Crypt before my time. What the hell are you? You don't trust me. No. You will. You're a very presumptuous little drone. What makes you think that? No one else will help you. It's kill or die out there. The Beginning, Part 1. A risen Exo stood, dazed, in the middle of what looked like a giant library. He'd never been here before. As far as he could remember, he'd never been anywhere before. He couldn't remember anything. and all he had to go on was the name given to him by a strange silver drone. A name he didn't even recognize. Felwinter. All around him were giant, gilded shelves, half of them broken, littered with tattered books and cracked cylindrical cases. He stepped on a book and broke its spine as he walked. The little drone followed him. "I know you don't trust me," it said. "But you have no choice. Who else have you got?" "I don't know," Felwinter said. He thought for a second. "I don't know anything." "Exactly. So you should listen to me." The soaring height of the ceilings made the building feel like an open space. Remnants of an old fresco loomed over his head, cracked and faded. Maybe it was beautiful once. Felwinter trudged through the empty fog of his memory, trying to understand how he got there. "You're stubborn, obviously. But if we stay here long enough, you're gonna die." Felwinter tried to tune out the little drone's voice. He needed to think. He picked his way through the ocean of books, but stopped dead when an explosion rocked the building. He looked up. Dust fell from the faded ceiling in clouds. "See?" the drone said. "This is what I mean. We have to go. A place like this isn't safe." Beside them, a computer terminal, one that looked broken beyond repair, flickered to life. The building showed it again. A warbling female voice came on over a PA system, crackling and distant. Then, a reassuring male voice, smooth but made eerie by the warped quality of the recording. "All library patrons, please report to the nearest emergency station. If you require assistance, an attendant can help you at the reception desk." The recording cut off, and the building shook again. Metal shutters began to descend over the windows, groaning from age and disuse. Something big hit the building, and debris showered down over them. "We should hide," the drone said, and Felwinter had no choice but to agree. They fled the library. Outside, crouched in the rubble of another building, they watched together as the library was crushed under a torrent of what looked to Felwinter like falling stars. "See?" the drone said. The Beginning, Part 2. Felwinter and the drone travelled for 3 days. They saw nothing and no one. On the third night, still walking, Felwinter looked up and saw meteors like streamers against the night sky. He was struck by the sight, and then by one meteor in particular, blazing, orange, getting bigger and bigger in the sky. "Run," the drone said. The first meteor hit the ground behind them. Not a meteor at all, Felwinter realised when he looked back, but something metal, man-made. The second hit its target. He died. 6 deaths later, crawling out from under metal wreckage, losing pieces of himself, clawing, running, they finally managed to find shelter in a cave. "No," Felwinter said, as if he was swallowing all of his words and choking on them. "I can't fix you," the drone said after scanning him. "That last hit corrupted right-protected processes in your cognition modules." "No," the drone spun uneasily. "You're an exo. Exos were made in the Golden Age with proprietary tech. I can't hack into your head to fix the damage, but I can rebuild you as you were. If you shot yourself, I could work quicker." He did. When the drone resurrected him, Felwinter crumpled to his knees. He sat down and put his head in his hands. "Why is this happening?" he asked. He looked at the drone, trying to read its body language. "Because of you? It's after you, isn't it?" "No," the drone said. "I don't know why. Then it gentled its voice. The Traveller told me to save you. That something was different about you. That ball in the sky you showed me? It talked to you. I can't explain it. Felwinter grunted and held his head again. His body ached with the memory of 7 deaths, though he knew that was impossible. Can you explain anything? Not really. They sat in silence for a while. Eventually, the drone spoke up. We shouldn't stay in one place for very long. I don't think it's safe. Felwinter stared at the ground, then finally looked up at the drone. How will I sleep? You don't need to, but I want to. That's fine. The name. 6 months of running taught Felwinter 2 lessons about life. The first lesson was this. Anything could happen at any time without explanation or reason. The second lesson was this. It didn't matter how unfair something seemed. Recognition of injustice could not create a just world. There were other lessons too, though those were more tactical. Never rest in the same place twice, and don't rest at all if you can help it. Never cross an open field if a less exposed route exists. Beware of meteor showers. Look out for organic enemies, but don't waste your time avoiding them. They aren't the real threat. That night, Felwinter and the drone sheltered together in the loft of an old barn. A vicious rainstorm outside impaired visibility enough to justify an overnight. But Felwinter couldn't stop himself from thinking, from assessing. Flimsy building, big empty field, low attack readiness in this loft. Flimsy building, big empty field, low attack readiness. And still, no matter what the drone said, that he didn't need to sleep, he felt an inexplicable exhaustion. He couldn't locate it precisely. It permeated all of him. The drone noticed. It never said anything, but Felwinter knew it noticed. He rested his head on his knees. Beside him, the drone hovered at his shoulder, drifting away occasionally to assess the weather through a glassless window. Eventually, Felwinter raised his head. What's your name? He asked the drone quietly. What? Your name, he said. You gave me one. What's yours? I haven't thought about it. Silence fell between them again. They lived in silence. But in recent days the silence had changed. If before it was the silence of strangers, now it had become the silence of a team, where each member knew their job and what was at stake if they didn't perform. The lights of Felwinter's eyes narrowed briefly into lines as he thought, he glanced at the drone. Spring. What? The drone said. Fel Spring, Felwinter said. That's your name. They stared at each other. Are you serious? The drone said. Fel Spring. Felwinter gazed past her. Silence again. Fine, said Felspring. The Assailant. After 3 weeks without any incidents, Felwinter and Felspring stopped avoiding main roads. They started passing by other travelling parties, even a small camp. They never engaged, until an exo-Risen asked to tag along with them on his way to a place called Red Valley. Neither Felwinter nor Felspring liked the idea, but they both reluctantly accepted it, with an unspoken agreement between them that it shouldn't last. Nice day, isn't it? Said Griffin 11. He looked up at the blue sky and opened his arms. Good travelling weather. Lucky. Felwinter and Felspring exchanged a look, then focused on the road ahead again. Griffin looked at Felwinter, hoisting his pack up on his shoulder. Where are you headed anyway? You never said. Felwinter took a beat too long to say. Not sure. This stumped Griffin. Inexplicably, Felwinter thought. Huh? He said. Just walking? You could come with us, said Griffin's ghost. She wore a green and yellow shell with flower-like petals. No, said Felspring, and then, remembering the world of polite conversation, she added, We're going somewhere. We just don't know the name. Griffin and his ghost absorbed that information, nodding. An adventure, Griffin said finally with a grin in his voice. Right? This whole world is an adventure, isn't it? And we get 1,000 chances to live it. Felwinter said nothing. He felt uneasy. He rarely spoke, but when he did, he never sounded like Griffin did. His voice never sounded like that. He never even had the impulse to talk that way. Why? They walked on, passing through a string of abandoned factories. There was evidence of the fallen everywhere, but it looked old. Ripped up banners, trampled in the mud. A walker stripped of most of its parts. Griffin loosed his gun from its holster, casually, but didn't break his step. Gunfire stuttered out from an open doorway. A bullet clanged off of Felwinter's shoulder like a clapper off a bell. Arming his rifle, he returned fire in the direction the shots had come. He should have known this was a bad spot. Low visibility. A lot of corners. Squat buildings they couldn't see inside of. Hundreds of rusted shipping containers to hide in. The doorway was a decoy. 10, 20, 30 armed and armoured combat frames with glowing red eyes spilled out of warehouses to their left and right. Moving with discipline and eerie synchrony, the frames began a pincer maneuver, trying to pin them down. Griffin swore. We have to get to cover, Felwinter said. Fighting back to back, rezzing each other when they died, Felwinter and Griffin took down some 15 frames with gunfire alone, and a few more with grenades. Several got back up despite crippling damage, tottering forward on bent and broken legs, relentless, single-minded. They drew inexorably closer as the two Exos ran down their ammunition and energy. It was Griffin who saved them in the end, with 3 bolts of arc light that erupted out of his hands. As the frames closest to them disintegrated in a shower of blue light, Griffin whooped and said breathlessly, I've never done that before. Felwinter went to examine one of the mostly intact frames. Damn, he blurted. Do you know what these are? No, Felwinter said. Not Exos. Felspring zipped in between them. She scanned the frame, bathing it in blue light. She hesitated, and then offered. Rasputin? I think so, Griffin's ghost agreed. See this logo? She indicated a symbol on the frame's chassis that looked a little like a military badge. Matches my database. Yeah, said Griffin. He looked at Felwinter. What did you do to get a Warmind on your case? Felwinter stared down at the frame. What's a Warmind? The bunker. I can get it open, Felspring said, as Felwinter pried open 2 rusted metal doors with his hands. You don't have to do that. The metal screamed as Felwinter ripped the 2 doors back. They were deep underground, in a bunker Felspring had struggled for 6 days to locate. Now that they'd found it, Felwinter realised he didn't know what they were looking for. I don't know very much about Rasputin, Felspring said, floating cautiously beside him. I thought he was deactivated, or destroyed, in the collapse. Felwinter walked forward. The room was like a time capsule, untouched, preserved, as if technicians might walk in at any time to work the control panels lining the walls. It reminded him of the library where he'd woken up, just in its complexity and maybe its beauty. Was this beautiful? He wasn't sure. So why would a Warmind be after us? Felwinter muttered. Felspring hovered to examine a flat, black surface on one of the control panels. I don't know. Felwinter came up beside her. He hesitated, and then reached to touch the shiny black surface of the panel. It blinked to life under his hand, bright code and controls glowing orange, rearranging themselves as he dragged his finger across them. How did you do that? Felspring whispered. Felwinter shook his head. He touched another blank panel, and lights came on all over the bunker, waking it up. I don't know, he said. The Mountain. Warsats and combat frames found Felwinter and Felspring everywhere they went. They weighed the pros and cons and decided that a fortified home base was safer than picking a new ramshackle camp every time they wanted to rest. It was risky, but so was everything. So Felwinter climbed a mountain. At the top of it was a pre-Golden Age observatory they'd found in a map database in a Seraph bunker. It was the perfect place to hide. It had a 360-degree view of the surrounding area, existing structures that could be fortified, a mountain they could burrow into to hide themselves beneath thousands of tons of rock. He won't find you up here, Felspring said. Or, at the very least, you'll see him coming. She sounded almost hopeful. Maybe we could finally stop running. Felwinter looked warily at the sky and said nothing. The only problem with the mountain was that it was occupied. A warlord named Castor had claimed it and the village at the mountain's base. But Felwinter knew that everyone had a price, and he called on Castor to negotiate. Warlords, he'd learned, were poor negotiators. They were almost never willing to give ground. In the end, Felwinter shot Castor's ghost and pushed him off the side of the mountain. A month later, during a routine patrol of the mountain's perimeter, Felwinter found a woman sitting on a rock ledge halfway down the mountain. Beside her, there was a wooden crate of sad-looking crops, and another, heavy with ammunition. She stood up when he arrived. Felwinter exchanged a look with Felspring, then asked the woman, "Who are you?" "My name's Arti," she said. "You killed Lord Castor, didn't you?" "Yes." "So you're the lord of this mountain now?" "It's my mountain," Felwinter said, "but I'm no warlord." Arti studied him. She had a thin, weathered face and calculating brown eyes. "My village is down there." She pointed down the mountain. "We need protection." That was Castor. "Now it's you." She pointed to the crates, as if she were explaining something to a very simple child. "This is our payment." Felwinter looked at her, then at the crates, then said again, slowly, "I'm no warlord, and I don't need your food." Artie's expression was as blank and unreadable as his own. "I'll be back next month." The Warlord. True to her promise, Artie came back the next month with 2 more crates. This time, both were ammunition. She sat next to them, hugging her knees for warmth and looking out at the valley below until Felwinter came by to retrieve it. "I thought this might be more useful to you," she said, "since you don't want food." Felwinter looked at her, took the crates, and then went back up the mountain. The month after that, she brought salvaged weapon parts. When Felwinter came to retrieve them, she watched him until he turned to go, and then said, "I know about you, you know." When he turned around to look at her, she lifted her chin. "They call you Lord Felwinter. I hear you've killed more warlords than Castor, over old technology, from the time before the collapse." not a warlord, Felwinter murmured, hiking onward. Artie watched him, then called to his back. Just because you say that doesn't make it true. She came back the next month, and the next month, and the next. They spoke a little more every time, about life in the village, about what they imagined the time before the collapse was like, about the future. The 7th time he saw her, he lingered a little while. Together, they looked out over the valley beyond the mountain. You could really help us, Artie said softly. All those Golden Age technologies you know so much about. We could live a totally different life. Felwinter stood completely still, looking out over the horizon. I can't, he said. She looked at him, trying to read his expression, then looked sharply away. They stood in silence for a while. You know, she said, pointing down the mountain, warlords have been crashing through our village for ages, stepping on us, tearing up everything we plant, tearing down everything we build. I'm not a warlord, Felwinter said quietly. Sure, she said, but you're like them. You get 1,000 second chances. You get to live in a big fortress on top of a mountain. What do you think it's like for us? What do you think it's like to have the sky constantly falling down on you? Felwinter stared at her. Artie crossed her arms. It must be nice, she said. Her expression softened. Not for him, but for herself. For her people. To not have to worry. The next month, Artie didn't come to meet him. Nor the month after that. The search. Don't understand what you hope to get out of this, Felspring said stiffly as Felwinter searched the Seraph bunker. Golden Age weapons of every shape and size lined the walls. Some of them were clearly non-functional from age and disuse. Others looked pristine, save for the dust. If anything, she went on, you're just putting us back on his radar. When we stayed on the mountain, he stopped bothering us. When Felwinter didn't reply, Felspring bunched her shell and asked, more pointedly, is this really because of what she said? Felwinter picked up one of the weapons. A massive grenade launcher. Who? Felspring did an incredulous spin. Who? She said mockingly. Who? Felwinter glanced at her, then back at the grenade launcher. He held it up as if he were aiming it at the wall, and then set it aside and went to pick up a scout rifle, examining its scope. For a while, Felspring just watched him. Eventually, she flew to his side again and said, this isn't what they need, you know. When he paused to look at her, she went on. Weapons. There's enough of that out there already. His expression remained uncomprehending, and Felspring sighed. The Golden Age was a time of peace and prosperity. Right, Felwinter said. They built things. They didn't tear them down. At his continued silence, Felspring floated around to his other side. Think about it. It was the greatest expansion in humanity's history. Cities sprung up like weeds. Impressive cities. And it all happened really fast. She paused. Huh. Actually, I have no idea how they did that. Felwinter stared at the scout rifle in his hands. Labour frames? Sure. But even that wouldn't have been enough. And it wouldn't have helped them terraform Titan on their own. They must have had some kind of tech. Something to help them build. Felwinter nodded and set down the scout rifle. So, where is that technology? Felspring floated over to one of the computer terminals, inspecting the glowing controls. That's what I'm wondering too. The discovery. For weeks, Felwinter and Felspring searched out Seraph bunkers, trying to find remnants of the technology that built a Golden Age utopia. One night, they camped in a Seraph bunker and spent hours poring over transcripts of old code. "This is weird," Felspring said, and projected a display of a long string of code. "Look. In the Golden Age, Rasputin executes a protocol called SIDDHARTHA GOLEM. No idea what it is. Some kind of knowledge gathering? It gathers a bunch of transcripts, conversations with humans, recordings of music, a huge database of literature." She whirred, and the projection flipped through thousands of words of code, and stopped again. "Here, early Dark Age. A submind in old Russia says SIDDHARTHA Golem is active and gone rogue." Her voice dropped. "Around the time I found you." Felwinter studied the code. It was almost like sight reading. Not quite effortless, but like a native tongue he'd forgotten. "But what is SIDDHARTHA Golem?" he murmured. Felspring zipped back and forth through the code again at a nervous, stuttering pace, then stopped it. Then scrolled through the code again, stopped, scrolled again, stopped. "Wait," her voice quivered just a little. "See that? This is the first time SIDDHARTHA Golem is mentioned. It..." She paused, then went on, quieter. "It says, initiate SIDDHARTHA Golem upload at DSC 342. A beat. DSC. Felwinter. Felwinter was silent, thinking, uncomprehending. "DSC?" he asked quietly. "Deep Stone Crypt." She was almost whispering now. SIDDHARTHA Golem was an exo. Felwinter looked down at himself, at his hands. He turned them over, studying the worn metal of his palms. The silence filled the bunker nearly to bursting. To Felwinter, it felt like years until either of them spoke again. The whole time, Felspring watched him, frozen in the air. "He's you," she whispered. Felwinter's lie. "We can't tell anyone. Do you know how powerful a warmind is? I know you do. We've been running from one for centuries. Not just powerful either, intelligent, storing every secret of the Golden Age from the Traveler's arrival right up until the collapse. Imagine if people realized you had all of that buried somewhere in your head. Just imagine. So we can't. We can't tell anyone. You're something totally new. Part Guardian, part Warmind. There's no one else like you. I think that's why the Traveler sent me to you. But other people won't understand it. And Rasputin will never, ever stop coming after you. After us. Ever. So it's just us, Felwinter. Just you and me. This is our lie. And ours alone. The Iron Lord. "He wants to join us," Timur said to Radagast. Felwinter stood next to him, silent, unreadable. Unlike other exos Radagast had seen, he didn't seem to have any emotion mods beyond the factory setting defaults. It was unnerving. Radagast tipped his chin to Felwinter. "Timur says you have an interest in the Golden Age." "In the Warmind," Timur said. "Rasputin." Felwinter said nothing. "What brought you to us?" Radagast asked. Felwinter glanced at Timur, and then back at Radagast. "Your friend here told me about the nanotech you're looking for. Siva?" He paused. "It sounds too good to be true, but I want to help you find it." Radagast studied him, and then finally nodded. "Any civilians on your mountain?" a little settlement at the bottom. We think the mountain would make a good place for our base of operations. Funny, Felwinter said without any trace of humour. I said the same thing to myself years ago. Radagast snorted. So, would you give up the peak for the cause? If I do my people get the protection of the Iron Lords? Tima slapped Felwinter on the back, a giant hand hitting an immovable object. And Radagast smiled, just a little. Let me take you to Saladin, he said. He'll tell you about the city. Felwinter's Helm. He's the one, Radagast said, pleased with himself. Felwinter stood in front of the Iron Lord with his shotgun loose but ready at his side. He said nothing. All right, Aphrodite said, clapping her hands together. Well, right off the bat, you look like an Iron Lord. Formidable. Grim. Lord Saladin thinned his lips, but said nothing. Aphrodite walked in a circle around Felwinter, studying his beat-up armour. She paused behind him, and then said uneasily, Turn around. Felwinter hesitated, and then reluctantly began an awkward, stomping turn in place. He faced away from the Iron Lords, revealing the back of his helmet. Embedded in it was a broken, flickering ghost. Its eye darted in frantic circles. What in the traveller-forsaken hell is that? Scory breathed. Felwinter turned back around. Warlord's ghost, he said. The group stood in stunned silence. Okay, Aphrodite said slowly, walking back over to join her companions. First rule, no armor modifications using half-dead ghosts. She grimaced. Take that thing off. It's useful, Felwinter said. His ghost floated beside him and bobbed, as if to nod. I have to agree with Aphrodite, Saladin said. Put it out of its misery. You should have done that a long time ago. He eyed Felwinter. Non-negotiable. They stared at each other for a long moment, sizing each other up. All right, Felwinter said finally. I'll take it off. But he never did. Citan's Ramparts. Winter had struck hard. The citizens of the 32nd sector of Old Russia were ill-prepared, many recently homeless due to the unrelenting snowstorm that plagued the land. In search of shelter, and barely clinging to life, they turned to the man who promised protection. The Titan warlord, Citan. Reluctant to offer rations, despite a stable full of potential meals, an overstocked keep, and a magnificent great hall garnished with every delicacy one could desire, Citan held a firm grasp over the supply chain. He was of the opinion that a hungry mob would not have the energy for a revolt. Not that he required an advantage over his people. His light was already all the advantage needed to ensure the status quo. But hunger could cause people to act irrationally, an oversight in Citan's philosophy, and soon they were banging down the doors of his stronghold. In a display of utter dominance, Citan allowed the doors to open, personally standing between his people and the warmth and comfort of his hall. My home is open to any with the will to earn it. You only need get past me. His hands sparked with arc light. Out of desperation, one brave soul made a meagre attempt to dart past the towering warlord. His nose barely passed the threshold before he was instantly disintegrated by a fist of havoc. Anyone else? Deep inside a clandestine stronghold sat the dark horse Felwinter and Citan, warlord of the 32nd sector of Old Russia. A polished obsidian table rested heavily between them. "Didn't think you'd have the courage to come back here," said the warlord. "Situational awareness, not courage. I go where I can do the most good. Thank you for seeing me." Felwinter's voice sounded as hollow as his helmet. Citan wanted to knock it clean off the Iron Lord's bony shoulders. He could do it with a single punch. "As I recall, you used to have a throne on that light forsaken peak, till you joined up with the wolves. You're the only warlord I know who held an entire mountain." "Felwinter Peak. No one ever calls it that. The Iron Lords do, though they did ask me to take that throne down." Citan's laugh shook the room. How is losing territory ever a good thing for a warlord? Felwinter folded his hands atop the table. Underneath it, Citan made two fists, a crescent of light flickering between them. "Join us and find out," said the Iron Lord. "Turn your sector over to us. You can still patrol it, of course." Citan's voice lowered. "Of course. You know I'll refuse. Then we'll put you down and take your territory by force, over and over again if we have to. I invite you to my home after you abandon us. Did you come to threaten me?" The warlord stood, towering over Felwinter. "To broker peace." Citan thought that even the voice behind the helmet didn't believe what it said. The floor shuddered as the warlord upended the massive table with one hand. It smashed into the opposite wall as tendrils of void light passed through it and coalesced into Felwinter's leaping form. Citan had seen this parlor trick before, and judged that he could hammer the Iron Lord out of the air, but Felwinter's momentum continued into a knee lift that smashed into Citan's head as the larger man reared back to strike. The warlord fell, the front of his helm shattering. Felwinter landed next to Citan's prone body. "Lady Jolder taught me that. I can't say the Iron Lords haven't done me any favours," the voice intoned. "You know we'll burn the world down before we let the Iron Lords rule it," the larger man gasped, breathing out of his mouth, his face a bloody mess. The void light in Felwinter's hand snapped, and so did the warlord's neck. "Radagast is scattered. Perun is indecisive. Silmaril wants to build a tower and hide, but they're going to change the world. No one can stop them," Felwinter said quietly to the corpse. He parted his coat and drew a bronze shotgun. "Will it be for the better? I don't know. But they mean to end the fighting, so I don't have to sleep with my back to the wall every night, light in my hand. And that's not nothing." He paused as if waiting for something. "Normally, this is where I ask you to reconsider. Tell you that you should come with me. See how powerful your light can become. But I know you, Citan. What you do with the land you take, with its people. The other lords, especially Saladin, might let you walk away. I'm not going to give them the chance." Citan's ghost sparked into view from above, bringing its eye to bear on its fallen charge. The warlord emerged from a radiant column, a frenzied shout at his lips. Felwinter's shotgun cracked like thunder, once for the warlord, and again for his ghost. Remembrance. Sometime during the late Dark Age. Iron Lords Ephrodite, Saladin, and Felwinter sat in a warlock meditation chamber around a massive oak table in a keep on Felwinter Peak. A fire crackled in the corner out of the lips of a stone-lined hearth. A handwritten letter in messy scrawl rested atop the table. "Warlord Shax accepts my challenge," Felwinter said, summarizing its contents. "He advises us to enter from the south wall which has been destroyed. The front door, he picked up the paper and scrutinized it again, is undergoing weatherproof. This is your plan, Aphrodite said with some skepticism. How did he get this to you? His ghost brought it. Your plan is ill-advised, Saladin said, and a waste of time. No one's beat Shaxx in a fight. Iron Lords or Warlords, Aphrodite continued, much less take territory from him. Ikora has, and I believe I can, Felwinter replied, his eyes burning inside his sleek exo-skull. Aphrodite tapped the table with her fingers, and Saladin stared into the polished surface. Unless either of you has a better idea. We're running out of time. Saladin shook his head. It's true. Radagast wants to launch a frontal assault. Entire Lord fire teams. Aphrodite's eyes narrowed under her helm. He wouldn't. There's almost 100 people in that castle. Shaxx is holding those people hostage. They stay with him willingly, Felwinter replied. The Warlords might pull the trigger, but Radagast wouldn't, Aphrodite repeated. Have you seen Radagast lately? He's tired of the wars. No one's been at it longer. That's no excuse. We came under him to end the infighting. Felwinter stood. Then let me do my part for the cause. The sky was completely white, and there was a stark chill to the air as the trio entered the castle from a gaping fissure in the ruined south wall. As they stepped into the exposed hallway, the Iron Lords passed a few of Shaxx's people who hurried away from them. One child cried in her mother's arms. They looked tired, but they weren't starving, and they were clothed for the oncoming inclement weather. The Iron Lords found Shaxx as they turned a corner, and the hallway opened up into the massive entrance of the keep. He was cautiously applying a fast-drying liquid polymer as a draft stopper underneath a set of ancient plasteel doors. Won't that hold a little too well? Felwinter asked as he strode up with the Iron Lords. Shaxx didn't stand, or look at them. I'll dissolve it when the storm is through, he said, liberally squeezing the paste with both hands from a gel tube. A brute force solution. I hear that's how you fight. I do what works with the tools I have, Shaxx said, standing to inspect his weatherproofing. We'll freeze without this. The ghostless would suffer. That's something you care about? Felwinter took a step forward. Shaxx turned to address the Exo. These people are under my protection. I owe them. Something the Iron Lords should ponder more often about those they protect. The Iron Decree was drafted to protect the ghostless, Felwinter replied. Give up your territory and join us. Let us show you how powerful your light can become. Strong words. I'll wager you said the same thing to Citan. Before you killed him and his ghost. Saladin looked to Aphrodite in shock. She pretended she didn't notice and kept a hand near her cannon. Your decree disallows final deaths of your opponents, Shaxx continued. Yet you've killed countless warlords, and an Iron Lord if the rumors are true. Felwinter's eyes quietly blazed. He took a step closer. Were they friends of yours? I don't have friends, just people I protect. We could use your help, Felwinter replied. You already have a Saint 14. Saint serves the Speaker, not the Iron Lords. He thinks highly of you. Perhaps I'm not being clear. I'm not going anywhere, and you lot aren't coming in. As long as I hold this territory, there will be no collateral damage from turf wars inside our borders. Iron Lords and Warlords be damned. Your south wall says otherwise. And you're starting to piss me off. Are you here to duel or whine? Felwinter guessed that Shax now stood a little more than 3 feet from him. The Iron Lord stepped forward, dragged a solar sword from the air and thrust it at Shax. The Warlord turned his stance sideways as the burning blade sang past his helm, ducked the horizontal cut that followed, and stepped back as Felwinter drove the blade into the stone floor. The chamber erupted with ethereal fire and solar light. Shax's back fist took Felwinter's head from his shoulders in a shower of sparks. The Iron Lord's light died with his crumpling form. Aphrodite coughed as Saladin blinked inside his helm. Felwinter's ghost unfolded above his prone corpse and the Iron Lord emerged from a pillar of cascading light. "You should have used your void instead," Shax said. "You could have brought the whole fort down on us. Gained a fighting chance." The Iron Lord shook his head. "Your people wouldn't have survived that." Shax's hands engulfed Felwinter's shoulders like descending moons. "I would have stopped you, but I like your thinking. Now get out." The Warlord left the chamber without looking back. Towards the direction of the south wall. "I need more time," Felwinter said, before Saladin or Aphrodite could utter a word. Saladin shook his head. "Radagast already assigned us to strike against the House of Devils. There's an uprising in the Cosmodrome. This was our shot to deal with Shax alone, and we failed. One Lord makes no real difference on a strike against the Fallen. Buy me time, and I'll solve this." "We don't have time. You said it yourself. The Warlords will attack this fortress en masse." "Not if I challenge again." "He literally took your head off," Saladin replied. Aphrodite had a hand on her helmeted chin. "We can buy time. Warlords in this region respect a prolonged challenge against Shax." Her eyes flickered to Felwinter beneath the helmet. "Shax has multiple confirmed kills. Final deaths. It's no small thing to challenge him. Most of those cowards won't. And they'll gladly let you try again, till Shax decides to go after your ghost." Felwinter stared at the weatherproofed plasteel doorway of the chamber. "I have a feeling that won't be a concern," he replied. "Besides, these people will never repair that south wall alone. The oncoming storm will be their end. I'll help them." "Change of plan, then," Saladin said. "You'll buy time for us." "What?" said the Exo. "Keep Shax busy until we finish this business with the Fallen. Then we're coming for this castle. Aphrodite, if I could have a word," Saladin asked, his cloak flowing around him as he departed in the same direction as Shax, leaving Felwinter alone in the chamber. Aphrodite snorted. "You didn't know?" she exclaimed over the wind as she and Saladin descended the mountain on a gravelly, snow-covered road. "That Felwinter is an oath-breaker?" Saladin shook his head. "No." "You've never wondered why Radagast hates his guts?" he said. "It takes a lot." "Agreed. Why has he abided this?" "Every one of Felwinter's confirmed kills broke the Iron Decree. He provided ample evidence. Ghost killers, murderers and worse. All of them. But he never asked for permission." "Felwinter is no Saint 14. Why does he do it?" "He calls it operational necessity." Saladin scoffed. "I've never heard an Exo talk like that." "Like what? They're usually more expressive." "Does this change the plan?" Saladin looked up at a trio of circling carrion birds as they walked. "There is no plan. We'll quell this devil uprising, then strategize a frontal assault with the full force of the Iron Lords behind it. Hopefully Felwinter keeps Shax busy until then." Aphrodite shook her head. "People will die. If the Warlords attack him first, it'll be catastrophic. Shax forced our hand." Shax and Felwinter watched Aphrodite and Saladin descend the snow-covered mesa from the shattered south wall. I thought I told you to get out. Shax broke the silence. I mean to challenge again, Felwinter replied. Not today, Shax shook his head. My ghost believes it'll snow before nightfall. Yes, Felwinter said. What did this? Fallen Walker. No amount of Golden Age polymer can repair this wall before that storm rolls in. No, Shax agreed. My light will be the wall. A ward of dawn? Your people will freeze. A well of radiance is what you need. My light will be the wall. You think my hammer of Sol wouldn't burn bright enough to last a storm? Of course it would, and you'd set this castle ablaze. Leave it to me. I leave my people to no one. But if you're seeking shelter, you're free to stay. You call them your people. You rule them like a king. I protect them. Some kings don't know the difference. A light dusting of snow started to fall. Does your mountain have a name? The Iron Lord asked the Warlord. No. I call mine Felwinter Peak. Do I look like I care? For days, the storm had kept anyone from traversing the mountain path. Between Felwinter and Shax, the people of the castle were safe from the elements. Saladin and Ephrodite had sent word the Fallen campaign would last at least another few weeks. So, Felwinter challenged again. Shax accepted. Iron Lord met Warlord at the backfield beyond the shattered south wall. Felwinter aimed a palm strike at Shax's centre of mass. The Warlord slipped sideways, narrowly avoiding the burst of void light that blossomed forth, and cracked a back fist into Felwinter's skull, sending him sprawling backwards. Felwinter struggled to a knee, then to his feet, his long coat flowing around him. A fissure of sparks sprayed from his skull. How many warlords have challenged you? He asked. I lost count a century ago, Shax replied. He stayed in his sideward stance, waiting for the Exo to make a move. I will never stop, never rest, Felwinter said. And the warlords are just like me. They refuse to end each other, not because of a code or an iron decree, because they're afraid to die, and they will plague this world forever. Felwinter raised his arms in a striking position. How many of us will you fight? As many as I need to. Shax closed the distance, slipping past the Exo's guard and snapped the back of his fist into Felwinter's temple, which promptly shattered. The skies were clear, so Felwinter challenged again the day after. Shax accepted. They met on the backfield. How long will your people last out here? Felwinter asked. Longer than you, Shax replied. It was true. A flying knee separated the Iron Lord from his head within seconds of a short melee. When the Exo's ghost put him back together, Shax was already halfway back to the south wall. How long do you expect them to stay here? Felwinter called after him. The Warlord turned back. What are you talking about? He asked. How long do you expect your people to stay? They will not survive the winter. I'll find a way. You have a way. If you won't join the Iron Lords, let us help you. Your wars have left my people homeless. And worse, they would never trust you. If you asked them to, perhaps they would. You're the king. I'm no king. Prove it. I have nothing to prove to you. Prove it to them. Weeks later, Ephrodite and Saladin brought a silver army with them, gleaming weapons in their hands. 9 Iron Lords dismounted their machines at the foot of Shax's mountain. 12 warlords, armoured in eclectic styles from across the region, opposed them at the path that led up to the mountain peak. Particle weapons hummed to operational life on both sides. Slug rifles racked and readied. Felwinter and Shax watched them from the ruined south wall. Your friends are here to back you up, the Exo said. If they need to. I don't have friends, Shax replied, and they don't need to. Tell them. Stop this before the shooting starts, the Exo said. Your people will not survive this. Is that a threat? The Warlord asked. No, they're not like us. Everything they might become dies with them. Shax stared down at the Iron Lords. You people involve yourselves in matters that are not your own, especially Radagast. Radagast is scattered. He thinks he has the weight of all those we protect on his shoulders. No one has that kind of strength. Not even a light bearer. Why do you back them? Because the Iron Lords are going to change the world. No one can stop them. I stopped you. Your people will not survive this. Tell the Warlords to stand down. They'll listen. They fear you. You're not bound to an iron decree. Shax shook his head. They fear that everything they might become would die with them. The other Warlords had departed. Shax stood with the Iron Lords on the path up the mountain. He stared down at them. Who won? Aphrodite asked. Shax, Felwinter said. He patted Shax on the shoulder. Shax did. The Exo pulled Aphrodite aside to arrange an evacuation plan for Shax's people to Vostok Observatory in the Cosmodrome. Saladin and Shax stood in silence as the other lords began their march up the path. Hello, said Saladin. Hello, Shax said. They shook hands. Iron Lord Shax? No. Felwinter, Saladin, and Aphrodite sat at a massive oak table on a keep atop Felwinter's peak. A holographic blueprint of Shax's castle hung in the air. It will take some time to breach the security codes, the Exo said, indicating an underground extension a mile under the fortification. But this is it. One of several across the Earth, perhaps across other worlds. Some are tied to more important systems than others. All Golden Age. Some hide weapons, armor, nanites. What is it? Saladin asked. A Seraph bunker. Rasputin tech. Sometime after, during the late Dark Age. You seem far too obsessed with these war mines, Timur said to Felwinter. They'd been walking for hours, dipping in and out of fallen territory. Timur made no effort to avoid them, and Felwinter followed his lead. He didn't know where they were going. Timur had been talking almost non-stop, though, asking Felwinter what he knew about Siva, what he thought the war mind might have to do with it. It was lucky that Felwinter already had a reputation for keeping quiet. He played dumb when Timur asked about Seraphs. Timur was easy to rile up that way. It was good. It made Felwinter feel like he was still in control. Felwinter fell back and let Timur do the heavy lifting. When Timur spoke again, his voice was breathless, with a passion and enthusiasm that Felwinter couldn't feel. Have you ever wondered what it is that calls to you in that void of memory? Timur breathed, where the edge of the past infects your present. Felwinter was tense with expectation. He felt the world contracting around him until nothing existed but the sidearm in his hand. He heard his ghost in his helmet comms whispering, "Wait." Timur strode recklessly ahead. He expected Felwinter to watch his back, and he did. Watched him walk. Watched his ghost, too. There were a lot of fallen out here. Anything could happen to either of them. It would be easy to tell this story back home. Don't jump to conclusions, his ghost whispered as they fell behind. But Felwinter heard uncertainty in her voice. He adjusted his grip on the sidearm, lifting his hand a little, and dropped it again as Timur turned around. It's an itch you can't scratch, isn't it? Well, maybe you can. Felwinter's expression was blank. His finger twitched on the sidearm. You think I am one of them? He asked as Tima turned back around to lead the way. That all Exos are? Lord Felwinter, I know what you are, Tima said with a laugh in his voice. Felwinter lifted the sidearm again. A familiar dread coiled in his chest. He saw his future changing. Again. He saw himself running. Again. He was so tired of running. The sidearm was level with the back of Tima's head. Tima had a smile in his voice when he spoke next. I know what you are, he said. And you are no Warmind or even one of its puppets. Felwinter's arm dropped and swung at his side, as if all his energy had gone out of him all at once. It was impossible, but he almost felt lightheaded. His ghost whispered something again, but he didn't hear it over his own relief. Come, Tima said. He walked with the arrogance of a man who didn't realize he brushed shoulders with death. You must see this. Obsidian Wings. Lord Felwinter inserted his hands into the piloting board, and the lights in the ship's cabin bloomed to life. How did you find it? He asked his ghost. I hacked a Rasputin bunker, Felspring said, shaking her shawl. This time along the coast of Burina. The drive is fully functional, Felwinter noted. We can escape orbit with this. We can get all the way across the system with this, Felspring replied. The Exo's eyes blazed inside his sleek, black skull. He sat listening to the hum of the ship's mechanics. You've fought this a long time, Felspring continued. We can plot a course around the Warsat network. We'd never have to touch a single planet with a Warmind presence. Any of them. We've gotten very good at hiding, Felwinter said. Yes, you would leave the Iron Lords to fend for themselves? Would you? Felwinter released his hold on the piloting board in response, and the ship shuddered and died. The Exo turned his seat around, lowered the landing ramp, and descended, his great coat trailing behind him. You've changed, Felspring said. So have you, Felwinter replied. The Lure. Felwinter and Felspring did most of their searching alone. It was easier that way. Better that the others didn't see how the Seraph bunkers reacted to him. Better for everyone. In a bunker on the outskirts of the Cosmodrome in Old Russia, Felwinter browsed through maps of old, deactivated Golden Age facilities, looking for anywhere that might have housed Siva, or Siva-related research. At the same time, Felspring decrypted and searched old command records for signs of Siva. By now, they moved like clockwork. It was almost unconscious. Hey, Felwinter said. Got anything on Site 6? Give me the coordinates, Felspring said. I'll look. After a moment, he displayed a section of code for Felwinter to see. Research Center, she said. There was a note of hope in her voice. Containment facility for something called Amphion Lyre? Do you think? I feel pretty damn sure, Felwinter said quietly. They looked at the screen of the console, where a little red light blinked on a map next to the words, Site 6. Come on, Felwinter said. We have to tell the others. He committed the map to memory and turned to go, but Felspring zipped in front of him. Wait, she said. Wait a second. Wasn't that kind of too easy? Felwinter looked around. We've been here for hours, he said, and we've been searching for years. Sure, Felspring said. But not as long as it took to find SIDDHARTHA Golem. Not as long as it took to get away from him. Compared to all that, this was too good to be true. Felwinter said nothing, and she went on, close to pleading. After everything, why would he do this? Why would he just drop this in your lap? He didn't, Felwinter said. We found it. Felspring didn't scare easily, but she sounded scared. He let us find it, Felwinter. I'm almost positive. Felwinter shook his head. No, we found it. He looked at his ghost. If anybody can get Rasputin to cooperate with the Iron Lord, it's us. We know him better than anyone. He paused. I know him better than anyone. He lowered his voice. This is it, Felspring. This could change everything. The little red dot on the map blinked steadily, like a beacon. They were still as they looked at each other, waiting. There was no real disagreement here. After all these years together, her doubts were his doubts, and his certainty was her certainty, whether they liked it or not. Sometimes I wish we'd just stayed on that mountain, Felspring said finally. Alone. Me too, said Felwinter, turning for the door. But we didn't. The mistake. Site 6 is locked down, Lord Saladin said. We have no idea what kind of security measures are in place. He leaned back in his seat at the grand wooden table in the Iron Temple. Golden Age tech is durable. We might be walking into a trap set centuries ago. Felwinter stood nearby, arms crossed. I've infiltrated Golden Age facilities before. Hasn't been a problem. The mortar is barely dried in our city walls, Saladin said. We've driven the warlords back, but they are watching. This may not be the time for risk. Leaning with his elbow on the table, Timur looked between them. Besides, what about the Warmind? My understanding is that Siva is under its protection. Perhaps it won't take kindly to thieves. We're not stealing anything, Felwinter said, and I think I can communicate with Rasputin. It's a computer, Lady Jolder said. It'll do what it's programmed to do, no matter how clever your arguments are. Rasputin's primary directive is to protect humanity. He'll listen. Timur said, smiling a little. So personal. Felwinter looked at him, and then back at Saladin. With Siva, we could build more cities. We could help more people. Passion wasn't his strong suit, but he felt it now. More than he ever had before. We could create a new Golden Age. He's right, Scory said. We need a new way to give back. She looked between her companions. When you go to replant a forest, you don't stop after 1 or 2 saplings. The Iron Lords fell quiet. Jolder was frowning, but frowning meant thinking. Silmar looked worried. Radagast and Timur were on his side, Felwinter knew. But the Iron Lords never did anything without consensus. The Golden Age isn't coming back, Saladin said finally. But you're right. Siva could change the lives of the people in the city. He leaned forward. It feels like a worthy risk. The others murmured among themselves, considering. Perun spoke above the chatter. Well, why not? We don't want people thinking the Iron Lords have retired, after all.
This may not make sense to you, but it took your fight to remind me that immortality is not the same as invincibility.
I don't understand.
When the ghosts first found us, those who were chosen were blessed with power, but not wisdom. The Iron Lords came together in search of a solution to mankind's struggles. Instead, we found Siva. We dreamt of using Siva to build starships, colonies. We would become what the Traveler always believed we could be.
But something happened.
Siva had been lost to time. When Temur tracked it to the Cosmodrome, we thought our quest was finally over. Siva would be ours for the taking. Rasputin responded. More than 100 Iron Lords entered the Plague Lands. Only 9 reached the replication chamber. But since we were chosen by the Traveler and our cause was just, we were certain the day would be ours. Until Siva took control. It infected our weapons, our armor. The corruption puppeted us against one another. In the end, Yolder sealed the chamber with the Iron Lords inside, rather than let Siva escape. A battle was won. Heroes died. And our mistakes stayed here.
The Lie. During Season of the Worthy, Rasputin observes the Guardian and wants to learn more about them. As the relationship grows, Rasputin sends the Guardian coordinates to investigate.
This is where I'm getting the weird readings from. There's old Rasputin data associated with a few coordinates on this mountain. And I mean old. Dark Age. Huh. I didn't think he was active after the collapse. See what you can find. There's a record here of Rasputin executing an order to deploy assault frames. A whole army of them. But the target was a single exo. Why would he need all of this for just one? There's a Warmind intelligence transcript associated with this spot. It references Siva. But it doesn't make sense to me. From what I knew, the Iron Lords went after Siva themselves. Felwinter wanted to use it to build up the city. And I thought Rasputin reprogrammed Siva to attack them when they entered the vault. But this says he gave Siva a new directive long before that. He was using it as bait. The Iron Lords didn't go after Siva on their own. Rasputin led them to it. I'm picking up a transcript of an old communication order. Rasputin sent it out to his submines. He identified a threat in old Russia. Looks like there was a data breach of some kind. I don't know what it was, but he threw out a lot of firepower. Dropped a warsat right on top of it.
The Tyrant. Rasputin then invites the Guardian to a bunker on the moon to share one of its closest held secrets.
He's telling a story. In a time of great prosperity, a tyrant king sent his son to live among the people and learn their ways. He did so for many years, until a great calamity befell the kingdom. In the aftermath, the tyrant's son was changed. The tyrant's son turned away from his father and became a warrior. The tyrant chased his son across fields and mountains and oceans. He said, "If I can't have my son, then no one shall." In the end, the Tyrant used his son's love of the people against him. He promised him a miraculous technology that could rebuild the kingdom. When his son came to claim it, he unleashed a plague upon him. His son was destroyed. And the Tyrant looked upon his tyranny and wept. Guardian, can you read me? There you are. Comms cut out completely. You're in a really old part of the bunker. The signal's terrible. This place is like a time capsule. Where are we? This looks like the casing of an old safety AI, but marked with Rasputin's symbol. These transcripts suggest his original code was for a sort of emergency response system from pre-Golden Age space stations. Checking oxygen levels, fuel, that kind of thing. Clovis Bray took a safety AI and turned it into an interplanetary defense system with sentience. And Rasputin kept all this, almost like a scrapbook of his past. A way to remember his roots. And he showed it to us. When did he learn to be so sentimental? Wish Zavala could see this.
Worthy seasonal story. Covering selected armor and item tabs, the Weblore Legacy and Legacy Part 2, and the seasonal quests and interactions. Seventh Seraph Helm. Chapter 1. Out for delivery. Veronian nearly dropped the munitions he was carrying, which would have been a disaster for everyone in the vicinity. Certainly not as bad as whatever calamity they were preparing for, but bad enough to warrant the panic that coursed through his body. He hated these kinds of assignments. "Hey, Morozova!" Veronian called out to his ranking officer between heavy gasps. "Any idea where all these are going?" Morozova carefully placed her container on the ground, as if she was laying a child to bed. No clue. Word just came from on high to double time it, though. Something about Titan has got everyone spooked. Veronian removed his helmet and wiped the sweat from his brow. Titan? What the hell happened out there? Comms had been spotty, and the orders that did get through were light on details. Procure munitions. Transport munitions to coordinates provided. Stockpile munitions. Repeat. This was meant to be low profile, staying off the roads. Where was all this firepower going? And what were we going to do with it when we got there? Veronian picked up his container and his pace. He trudged just shy of a click behind Morozova for what felt like hours. These containers were cumbersome, and it was the height of the driest summer he could remember. When they reached their destination, they received a cursory greeting from Bykov, who was busy compiling a list of all the deliverables. Two soldiers, whom Veronian didn't recognize, were placing the containers in the mouth of a shaft that protruded from the ground. One punched in a command, and the shipment vanished below the surface with a hollow pneumatic whoomph. "Where does that go?" Veronian asked. Birkov's brows drew together, and his expression hardened. He returned to his list. "Ready for the next round?" Morozov opposed, with more spunk than Veronian could muster in a year. "If we must." The sky grew grey, and clouds formed overhead as they left. Procure. Repeat. Seventh Seraph Chest. Chapter 2. Crashes. The first bolt of lightning sent static up Veronian's arm and filled the atmosphere around him with a pungent chlorine-like smell. His hand went to his chest without thinking, as if to make sure he was fully intact. His gaze shifted as a second bolt hit the ground near him, then another. He had never seen lightning so close before. Stunned, he stood his ground. While part of him knew he should be frightened for his life, he was more perplexed than afraid. There was no rain. He looked toward the horizon, expecting clouds, expecting something, and only saw a shimmering curtain of blue lightning sifting toward him. He raced for shelter in the surrounding field, abandoning his munitions container in the dust kicked up by his fevered stride. The strikes razed the ground, sparking wildfires and scorching stone. There was no logic to their timing, with bolts crashing so frequently the sound of the thunder couldn't catch up. He'd lost Morozova in the commotion. Already drained from hours spent hauling cargo, his mind recessed into primal instinct. Run. So he ran, doing his best to avoid the apocalypse that surrounded him. A call came through his earpiece as the ground quaked beneath him. "Auxiliary evac station," was all he could make out before a roar of thunder swallowed the transmission. He knew he needed to head west toward the station. The wind picked up and blew him off his feet, and again he felt a moment of sheer amazement at the storm's sudden ferocity. He hit the ground hard and checked his sensorium. It was scrambled from all the sinuous electricity undulating through the air, but he could just barely make out his compass. West. He ran. Seventh Seraph Gloves. Chapter 3. For a Friend. Veronian found cover under uprooted trees and demolished vehicles as he made his way through the catastrophic weather. He could hardly believe he was still alive, bearing witness to the end of all things. The storm encompassed the station, under siege from the elements. Civilians were being ushered toward the Spire pods in droves as the lightning made its presence felt, igniting a nearby fuel supply. The explosion tore into the group, and as Veronian turned his head from the horror and the heat, he saw her, roughly 250 meters away from the station. Morozova lay, singed and smoking, under rubble and ash. Veronian pulled up his sensorium, but the electromagnetic fields in the air reduced it to static. There was no way to know if she was still alive or salvageable. She had treated him with respect, despite outranking him, and she had been there for him when his marriage went to hell. "We're all dead anyway," he thought, and ran to her through the maelstrom of lightning and wind. And then he was there, pulling off his gloves and wiping ash and blood from her face, as the storm bore down upon him. As he made peace with his mortality, just shy of 82 years old, the storm around them calmed. The lightning stopped. The wind died. At the station, the civilians' eyes were fixed on the sky, though Veronian was only looking at Morozova. She was breathing, barely. Her eyes opened and met his. A half smile came across her lips, then froze as her eyes went past him and widened in awe. Veronian turned and found himself staring into the face of God. Seventh Seraph Legs. Chapter 4. Face to Face. Veronian's mouth hung agape. His lungs forgot how to breathe. His heart rate accelerated, his stomach turned, and he weakly wondered if this was his transition to the afterlife. Somehow, he found his footing and stood. The Traveller, they called it. He had heard the stories from throughout the system, but never did he think he would live to see it. Now, it was as though it was seeing him. He took a step forward, as if it would bring him closer to the oblate spheroid in the sky above him. He stumbled. The ground had gotten so hot under him, the rubber on his boots had melted. A banal thought cut through his awe. Now I look like a fool in front of the Traveller. And he was ashamed. The sound of cracking thunder still echoed in the distance. That was when he noticed he was in the eye of the storm. It was wailing all around him, but calm in its general circumference. Surely this was the Traveller's doing, the great saviour. He grabbed Morozova, unsure of how long this would last, and brought her to her feet. She was badly injured, bleeding from a wound on her leg. "Stay with me," he said to Morozova and the Traveller at once. Only one of them listened. The Traveller was on the move, and the storm was returning. Seventh Seraph Class Item. Chapter 5. Abhorrent Imperative. Veronian tied his armband tight around her calf to cut off the blood flow from Morozova's gaping wound. He tried to keep her leg clean, while the wind caked them with dirt and debris. Lightning was drawing closer. The sterile scent of ozone had returned, and he knew he didn't have much time. "Come back!" he shouted hopelessly to the god. He hoisted Morozova up, supporting her on his shoulder, and pushed back against the elements that were conspiring against him. It was 250 meters to the evac station. Every step was a battle of attrition. At this point, the thought of cold sleep sounded comforting. He just had to make it to the smile pots. The storm had other plans. A nearby HMMWV was struck by a wayward bolt, and the explosion threw them back. He felt Morozova torn from his side as he landed, and the sound of his skull hitting stone was louder than the thunder had been. As blackness crept into his vision, he saw the Traveller in the sky, moving away, abandoning him. And then he was being dragged from the wreckage and violence onto a gurney. "Morozova?" he struggled out. He was met with an oxygen mask. His eyes darted in search of some sign that Morozova was alive. Veronian couldn't decipher anything out of the pandemonium around him. "I'm sorry," he thought to himself, while cursing the orb in the sky for deserting him. The last thing he remembered before they placed him into cold sleep was an explosion in the sky so bright it blinded him. Legacy. Rust. Lucas Planum Expanse. Mars. Tectonic groans shake the surface. Apollinaris Mons had been bellowing pyroclastic clouds for 2 days before the quakes doused its ambition. They shattered the volcano's southern slope, sending the landmass shelves that supported Apollinaris' caldera into freefall. Volcanic lightning forked illumination through plumes of soot over the cascading landslide. The face of Mars shed, and with it, the glint of a treasured age was laid bare. Grit-polished bone that hung among the alloy-flaked basalt cliffs like trophies in an iron case. Fresh Martian storms cut red into the sky. Oxidized sandscape stretches for miles around the broken mountain, bent into multiple sloped creases that had cupped Apollinaris' base before the fall. Their fracturing borne spillways down the volcano's banks, as if loosed from between the fingers of a fallen Ares, lost to time and waiting to be exhumed. Dunes migrate outward from the ruin, carried forward on strong zephyrs, each ever distant from the last. Under the wind-blown sands, knuckled patches of basalt are revealed like fossils carefully brushed into sunlight by the breath of Aeolus. Wind, now unfettered by stony resistance, roars across open wastes, unfurls through the salt-encrusted yardangs that sparsely pock the surrounding desert, and rejoins the currents. Dust and ash follow. 13 salt-form opalescent spires encage the approach. They had ribbed inward against the caldera's deluge, soot-ash frenzy staining them of burnt bones. Within the storm, a glow refracts. A red sea pyre. Coals still warm. A sojourner's welcome. Ana Bray traverses the newly sunken expanse, wrapped in mixed layered garb that forms a pseudo-duster and trails her frame in scruffy shawls of loose thread. Jinju glides in front of her and spins a thin, light barrier to buffet away the scouring winds. She halts at the shore of the caldera. Apollinaris Mons' wide crest vies for dominance over the horizon as it presses the borders of her vision. Resonators embedded across her custom snow mask hum and disperse dirt from her visor. You were right about the storm, Jinju. It's not going anywhere. Her voice crackles through her respirator. Jinju chirps sassily and rocks side to side. Ana scoffs. Where's your sense of adventure? Jinju pointedly focuses her iris on the lengthy distance they've already travelled, then on the remaining distance, and back to Ana. Yeah, it didn't look this far from the air. She shifts a bandolier of pouches over her head, 18 kelvins tight to her hip. Her augmented eyes twist and focus to the cliff face installation across the caldera. Braytech. Solid and unyielding in its form, a cenotaph to the progeny of her line. Ana's hand finds the snap lock on a bandolier pouch, pulls a locational tracker from it, and switches it to life. The screen pops dull resolution green, and a rhythmic ping pulsates some distance ahead. Warsat Spike integrated. Distance 31,739 meters. Output 51 gigawatt hours. Geiger reading 67 microsieverts. Biometric activity negative. Network uplink negative. Broadcast signal negative. Time 12:04. No hive, no cabal. Either they're stretched thin, or we got here faster than I thought. Ana cycles her sulfur-stained respirator filter with a new one. Jinju cheeps excitedly at the lack of hostiles. About time. Right. Ana looks back at the tracker. That's a lot of power, whatever you are. Jinju slowly emerges over Ana's shoulder and emits a duo of low hums. Geothermal makes sense. She nods toward the center of the caldera. Ana commits the information to memory before stowing the tracker. Good readings. Nice shot, Red. A synthetic tone ripples marmalade hue through her helmet in response. You're welcome. Their descent to the roof of the exposed facility entrance had been the cleanest route. The trio's position atop the tunneled arch oversaw the caldera, with the installation's entrance causeway far below them. Jinju scans a cylinder protruding from the corroded roof, years caked around its metal frame. Ana kneels beside her. She scrapes oxidization from the cylinder's riveted label with a boot knife. Cranial node S0319. Ana runs her glove down the cylindrical node, brushing dust and oil grime from its metallic shell in search of a seam. Hello, cranial node S0319. Nice to meet you, you sneaky bastard. She guides the edge of her knife to chip away rust and expose the discolored metal underneath. How long did it take for rust to bleed tarnish into the steel's luster? She wipes her palm across the enclosure circularly, smearing ash progressively thinner until it blends like cloudy wax polish. Ana exhales, rolls her shoulders, and continues chipping away. The knife's blade finds purchase in the crease of the node's access panel seam. Ana pushes an impulse of light through the blade, busting the access panel cover free from its rusted locks. Orcs access. Red line 1, operative. Subset. Pillory number 9. Braytech. Serial 101-205-8112. CLVS 9. Auxiliary panels. Why would they put these on a closed system outside? Jinju cocks her shell to the side as if to shrug. Hard to say. Nothing in the archives? Jinju shakes her shell left to right. No. Ana shifts. You know what this is, Red? Discordant tone ripples indistinct expressions that fade against her visor. We'll see if you remember anything after we hook you into the mainframe. Ana kneels and looks over the exposed node panel before replacing the cover. Maybe even something on Atlas. Words sent forth to die in the storm. Atlas. Clovis her grandfather's mythic journal. Its obscurity had proven far more challenging to overcome than anticipated. Ana's determination, however, was a resilient creature. Here, she would find answers. Jinju chirps and bobs towards the setting sun breaking through the edge of the storm. Thunder booms. Ana rocks back on her heels, letting her momentum tip her into a seated position in the dirt. Her eyes follow rusty drifts across the conquered spillway. A red front swims from the clouds overhead outward, kilometers away, nearly cinching off Sol's pale light. The star is a frail bulb. The delicate few petals of warmth that escape settle on Ana's face. Pollen sunk to surface. She lets it soak. A momentary basking. Night creeps from the horizon, and with it, the cold of darkness. She wouldn't stay long enough to be exposed. Ana eyes the causeway beneath. A reinforced blast door, rough with erosion, was blown agape at some point. Jinju peers over the 100-meter drop and descends steadily without hesitation. Ana pulls a jewel-lined cord from her bandolier and embeds it into the stone face. She lets her center of gravity teeter and fall, catching herself on cushions of light to slow her. Her feet find ground, Ghost beside her. She anchors the other end of her jewel line in the causeway steel and clamps an autolift to it. Ana revs the autolift and runs slack out of the line. Jinju turns to Ana. Iris meets eyes. Think anybody's home? Ana dips her head toward the entrance. Flavoured tone ripples cinnamon, and the scent washes across her visor into a dull whine. Jinju chirps and nods towards something behind her. Some distance from the opening, a detached sign lay exposed. Clovis 9. Ana's eyes sharpen, adventurous and keen. 9? Here I thought we'd found all the sites on Mars. Patina, Clovis 9, Apollinaris Caldera. The splintered blast door wheezes. Licks of wind spill over the caldera and whistle through ragged gaps between metal shed fragments. The blast door had been peeled away. Curlicues of high-density plasteel gnarled into dead spider legs. Ana focuses her eye on the damage. This door, it's built like a vault. Something punched right through it. Jinju draws a scan over the door, frame to frame. They'd need a lot of firepower to penetrate that much plasteel. Heat discoloration, frictional wear, and vigorous application are printed throughout the vault-style door. Channels, like neon paint spatter radiation, scar the metal's face, gilded in veins of copper-teal patina. Tarnish concentrates along the strips that once formed the centre of the door, while the surrounding shore-like edges, still largely intact, remain swollen and fused to the archway framing it. Ana steps closer to the blast door and runs her hand along the steel. She swats to silence the resonators on her visor. I didn't see this from up there. I thought it was just pitted, but look at these markings. Jinju floats squarely above Ana's head. Her iris traces the spiraling patterns within small indented pits in the metal. Together, they follow interlinking connections that flow from the door's centre outward, carving symmetrical grooves, only micrometers in depth. So, not punched, more like pushed. Jinju zeroes in on stress fractures in the metal. The damage was applied delicately, as if someone had split, bent, and smoothed each individual protrusion with meticulous intention. Ana scraped corrosion into a sterile receptacle with fingertips clawed in pointed light and stows it in her bandolier. Jinju chirps. Damage predates the eruption. By a lot. It's a miracle it wasn't flooded. Ana nods. These patterns look like wavelengths? What do you think, Red? Aurelian honey-dripped tones wash through Ana's helmet in luxurious fashion. Something Golden Age? Sure. Ana massages her palm contemplatively. Biometric scan still says it's empty. Whatever did it, they're gone now. Jinju flicks a light on and shines it into the door hole puncture. Guardians first. Ana scrunches her face at her ghost. You know, normally it's the lackey that goes in first. Yes, chirps Jinju. Rasputin hums a resplendent and authoritative purplish rhythm through Ana's helmet. It persists, orchestral vibrato trailing in her ears. Ha ha, Ana responds, devoid of amusement. They enter together. Ana leads. Jinju's light speckles through ash filtering in from the punctured doorway, but all elsewhere there is only stillness. A small utilitarian atrium encircles them with a freight lift directly ahead, saddled by two large windows. Smudges and clouded filth belie a grander facility beyond them. A sectioned-off reception desk fills the space on their right, while lockers line the opposing left wall or lay fallen in impact craters of collecting ash. Above them, a large gyro arm, split away from the vault door, is ensconced into the ceiling. Cracks in the surrounding superstructure tell of a violent snap. The room isn't particularly tall, only enough to accommodate the entryway frame behind them. From the arm, the ceiling slopes down swiftly to the top of the lift mechanism. Lines of fluorescent bulbs, popped or burnt out ages ago, litter the floor in a field of glass shards that transform Jinju's light beam into prismatic skitters across the walls. Ana looks around and crunches through the glass, making her way to the windows. Her visor ripples infrared as a scan sweeps the room. Heat signatures? Nil. I'm not seeing any access points to plug Red in. Her voice trails with abject confusion. Jinju whirs and floats past Ana, decompiling herself into data points of light that sift into the walls around the lift. Jinju's flashlight goes with her. Darkness rushes in on Ana to fill the space left by Jinju's absence. It halts against a light epimysium, clinging to her like a second skin. She waits in depth. A pause. Time, malleable in the dark. Ana puts her fingers to the glass and leans. It feels firm, cold, resistant to pressure. She draws in her fingers, leaving trenches in the caked soot. Her fist closes and polishes a clean hole through the smears. A pop sounds overhead, and glass plinks off her helmet. Ana ducks her head reflexively. The few remaining intact fluorescent bulbs surge with electricity. Some burst into flashes of ash and sparks, but enough remain to dimly light the room. Through the newly cleaned window porthole, lights twinkle within a dark expanse of liquid before swelling into waves of psychedelic surf across endless towering fields of circuitry. Ana inches her face closer to the glass. The lift chugs. A thin overlay interface pulses to life on top of the basalt separation between lift and window, pulling away Ana's attention. Jinju recompiles herself into being, a smug lilt to her wafting motions through the air. Her light beam carves existence out of the dark. Rasputin can't do everything, you know. A crimson hue lash spits venom across Ana's visor. Good job, Jinju. Red, cool it. The trio board the lift. The lift descends. They drift diagonally deeper. On either side, paint-stamped signage bears familiarity. Clovis 9. The Bray name, in origin, at least as far back as anyone would care to look, was seated inseparably from Clovis. Preservations on the shaft walls, though dulled under waning ashcoat, solidify his legacy in stenciled prints visible through the split-weave chicken wire wrap that surrounds the lift. Ana lets loose a whistle. Rasputin, this has your name written all over it. Senseless quiet sounds back in recognition of a daunting unfamiliarity. Pillory containment. Maintenance. Hydraulic pipes groan as the freight lift transitions from the stony shaft enclosure into a glass-walled overlook. Ana steps forward, Jinju close behind. Both peer through the rusted links into monolithic mangroves of circuitry and data cores, drowned in an oceanic tank. Coolant ebbs and flows through bundles of sapphire wiring in shallow breaths. Psychotropic surge washes over motley arcs of electricity as they zip between the towers like synaptic impulses. Tint spills through the glass and flows over eye and iris alike, dripping colour into faint emergency lighting. Ana slips between the feverish half-breath beats of pigment that roll over the lift cabin. She could stare forever. If time would wait, it might be enough. Rhythmic, fleeting, frenetic, beauty. In arrest. Something blinks in her visor. Hypoxemia, blood oxygen, 77%. She shakes it, comes to, breathes, sharp. Ana turns her head towards Jinju, her eyes still affixed to the glass. Are those servers? An archive? An undercurrent of excitement pitches through Ana's voice. Atlas had always materialized in her mind as a journal, or a hidden subset of file directories. But this, if it was what she thought it was, after all these years, buried gems still hold the capacity to surprise her. Jinju sends scans out into the drink. They're shielded. She sinks a bit under the weight of her disappointment. It's odd that they'd run the servers off backup power, if that's what they are. I was only able to trip the auxiliary breaker from the atrium. Mainframe access. At least we're going in the right direction. Clatters and whines echo through the shaft as the lift comes to a stop. Gates glide through pristine tracks and slip into alcove slots in the walls, giving way to a maintenance nexus fed by dozens of service hatch, fiberline cluster, and access tunnel nervous systems that sprawl the facility. Directly ahead, a door. Pillory mainframe. Paragon. Ana's visor sweeps and highlights a dead network aperture embedded in a web of tunnels below them. Jinju, think you can get us in through that? Crinkle thumb laughter purrs from Jinju's shell. Power will be restored momentarily. Ana approaches the mainframe door. Jinju's light fetters dissipate behind her. It's no blast door, but still far denser than any of the surrounding maintenance hatches. Ana turns away from the door and looks back to survey the room. Brass hue citrus prickles surge from temple to temple across her visor. Discrepancies in the floor's smoothness trim with ballistics pings. Impact gouge divots had whisked chunks of melted stone into shallow swept peaks all along the floor. A peppering of gloss-ridden flakes around each of Rasputin's contact pings designate 3 main concentrations of fire. Looks like everything was flying one direction. Nice catch, Red. Satin satisfaction weaves over Ana's skin and dissolves like perfume. Jinju reforms, prideful. Auxiliary power spooling down. Main power stations, of which there are 22, are coming online presently. Expect full operational system functionality to be restored within a minute or two. What would I do without you? Well, you'd only die once, and that would be it. Ana shakes her head and attempts to bite down a smile. Rasputin remains silent. The trio position themselves at the door as breaker activations roll thunderous current through the facility. Ana unclasps the holster strap on 18 kelvins. Light strips sputter and strain to illumination along corners and grooves outlining the floor and ceiling. Glimmers catch in the gunfire ruts behind them. She extends her fist to Jinju. Jinju bumps it with her shell. Ana taps her knuckles against her helmet to a bass beat response. She nods. Stay behind me. A lens blinks at center top position above the mainframe door. It sweeps red light over them, focuses in on Ana Bray's badge, and shuts off. Moments pass before a decrepit speaker garbles a synthetic wail of acknowledgement. Piston locks slink into silicon grease sheets, and the access door retracts into the ceiling. Bodies. Flickering shadows strobe 3 forms, sunken and ragged. They lay motionless in pools of iridescent slick. Tacky globs grip tattered textile strands like threadbare posts driven into oil. Powerless, unlit. Exos. Jinju's somberness bleeds into the cadence of her movement as she sweeps the scene. Repairs might be... And wipe them again? No. Ana follows her in and hovers over one of them, carefully avoiding the pool of oil. Let them be. Besides, it's not like they're going anywhere. Between the bodies lay a sleek instrument, sized for crew deployment and dressed in precious filigree tendrils rimmed in calligraphic etching. The instrument's core links to multiple platinum discus drums implanted into its frame, resembling the smaller resonators on Ana's helmet, and ends with a hopper crown of artificial diamond bearings. Here's what they used to crack the entrance door. Jinju assesses structural damage to the device. Twists of broken machinations do nothing to diminish its golden age beauty. Took a lot of hits. Inoperable. Not beyond saving, though. Jinju tilts to the machine while Ana approaches an exobody. Should I transmit this back home? Yeah. her answer full of distraction. Ana kneels. A visor sweep highlights bullet holes, ruptures, and mechanical failures. Her eyes, however, see only the Braytech emblem emblazoned on the Exo's uniform. Ana pulls a rusty clasp badge from the Exo's belt. 022017. Echo Project. Paragon Clearance. This is how they accessed the lift and got through the door scan. How long ago was this? Power kicks on. Strip lights drone as charge flows through the room. A thick glass enclosure dug out of the far wall brightens. Beyond the glass divider, a stepway and a series of consoles undergoing automated boot procedures. Jinju analyzes an exo. They're well preserved down here. Hard to tell exactly. I'll take some samples. A synthetic voice, racked with static and age, seethes into the room.
Security verification.
Jinju and Ana turn to each other. Ana lifts her hands into a shrug and mouths, I don't know. Jinju's look intensifies into a glare, her thoughts almost transmitting telepathically, try something?
Bray. Anesthesia. Verification.
Scans run over them.
Anomalous entity. Detected. Rogue mind. Detected.
A duo of gauze repeaters drop and align firing solutions. Ana grips Jinju with her gun hand and flings her back, condensing a swarm grenade into her left. She tumbles sideways as the coil guns open fire, and flings the grenade in the opposite direction. It erupts into firefly explosives that flutter toward the turrets. The repeaters snap to the solar heat signatures and unload at the distraction. 18 Kelvins lines up with the leftmost repeater, chunking round after electrified round into the sparking turret. Her gun burns, superheated, discharging arc rounds with cores of solar light. Metal drips molten from the turret's fluxing frame. It rattles. A final round ruptures the magnetic barrel and splits the rotary breech, sending splinters of shrapnel across the room. With the swarm grenade's fireflies depleting, the remaining gauze repeater swivels and locks onto Ana. She ducks under a leading shot and spins, using the centrifugal force to whip a solar knife through the turret, splitting it. Flame-licked fluid spills onto the ground as the knife detonates. Fire fills the roll of the stuttering lighting fixtures. Of course those still work. Ana pivots on her heel. Jinju? Extinguishment protocols sputter into action, dousing the oily blaze with directed bicarbonate foam. Alive! Jinju slinks into view from behind a fallen exo and examines the bullet-laden turret. You've never tripped a security system before. Ana thumbs the echo badge in her hand before stirring it. I don't think I did. She walks to the far wall. What did it mean by rogue mind? Jinju glides close to Ana's shoulders, remaining partially covered, and taps her helmet with a blink of light. Does someone in there know? Jade scale hued tremors ripple over Ana's vision like caffeinated tea before they fade into deep blood-red knots in her chest. Let's get some answers. Ana swipes the echo card through a glowing slit in the glass. Recognition beeps, and clinks sound as magnetic locks unlatch from the thick ballistic plate door. She pushes her way into the room. Jinju peers over her shoulder as she passes and watches Ana's login clear on the console before following. Clovis 9. Pillory access. Echo link. Pending request. Warmind network bypass. Ana stares into the console's interface. What are you? Not Atlas. Jinju's dejection reverberates in the glass cell. Ana flicks a sideward glance over her shoulder at her ghost before selecting Warmind network bypass. No, but it looks like this system has backdoors all over. She toggles through a list of shadow networks, production facilities, and connected pillory stations. It's not Atlas. but it's a start. There are 11 other stations like this. There's a whole subnet defense network completely disconnected from the Warmind initiative. Ana steps back. Why? Jinju circles the screen. Why's right. Ana dives back into the terminal. The facilities listed span the system. Earth and Luna, Europa, asteroids adrift now belonging to the shore, Mars, naturally, even so far as Uranus. That station, an orbital, caught her eye. Echo. She flicks back to the previous menu. Echo Link. One of these stations has a pending request. Thin tapped tones of pale tin reek metallic inside Ana's helmet. Frenetic and uneven. Pillory does sound bad. A few swift motions navigate the trio into the Pillory access menu. Redline protocol. Test Pillory. Status ready. Redline protocol. Initiate Pillory. Clearance P7. Redline protocol. Purge Pillory. Status no target. Redline protocol. Procedural outline. Select version 1.072. Never hurts to read the instructions. Ana selects a procedural outline. Her gaze chisels into the loading screen. In the event of a Redline protocol incident, Paragon level members. Pillory system network, Clovis 1 through 12. Access point, Clovis 9. In the event of a catastrophic failure, neural degeneration, or loss of containment, herein collectively referred to as a rogue mind incident, initiates Warmind cerebral partitioning and quarantine integration into 12 Clovis stations within neural webway. Redline protocol, check purge for no target. System reads locked when in use. System reads no target when in standby. Fire equals test Pillory. Must read ready. Fire initiate Pillory. Warning. Initiate only during rogue mind incident. Automated link. Echo contingency. Fire Echo project. Automated. Sever connection to Echo link for Redline protocol quarantine in the event of a rogue mind incident. Internal failure resolution directives. Troubleshooting. Network schematic. Neural webway. Containment failure. Station maintenance. Clovis 1 through 12. Ginger rolls her shell end over end along the top of the console display. Want me to get in there? Yeah. Download everything. Figure out where we can stitch Rasputin in and give him station control. Oh? Lavender aroma relaxation subsides sour, worry not tensions building throughout the atmosphere in Ana's suit. Red, if anyone can pull your brain apart, it should be you. That sounds fair, Ginger agrees. Ana leans into the console. All these connections are one-way network integrations from closed systems. We'll have to do it manually at each site. Oh, Ginger's voice digitizes as he trails off into a snowdrift of light and enters the console. But first, Ana jumps back to the main menu and selects the pending Echo Link request. Echo Link. Kyla Station Actual, Uranus. Manual distress trigger. Launch 1 initiated, manual failure. Bay 1 compromised. Bay 2 inert. Counterbalance failure. Orbital decline, 42 days, 12 minutes, 7 seconds. The orbital decline timer ticks down. No time to waste. Once you get red access, we have a station to save. Legacy Part 2. Contingency. En route to Uranus. Kayla Station. Outer band. Location inconclusive. I was able to pull some data from those exosamples. Jinju perches on the cockpit dashboard. 2 tech mites crawl over her shell. Their jump ship plummets through fractalescent polychrome luge, ripping across the sable pitch of space at blistering speed. Ana leans back in her pilot seat, one knee pulled to her chest. She watches strands of shimmer bend around the hull. A bubble owl jiggles along as the ship shivers. Underneath it, Cameron, in frame. Hit me. Her eyes turn to Jinju. I couldn't completely narrow it down, but they're definitely from the Golden Age, circa the collapse, Jinju continues. I've been going through the Pillory mainframe download. Those stations are meant to split Rasputin's mind up, in the event that he became insubordinate. That's disgusting. Echo appears to have been a contingency program that activates afterwards. They also had a cornerstone schematic of his brain. Light static fuzzes from the bubble speakers on Ana's dash. Her helmet hangs on a hook behind her. Rasputin's uplink is offline. Ana chews on the information for a moment. A foundational brain model would help with containment stability after the partitioning process. It's like a front porch for your brain. It goes on, Jinju continues. Your name is cross-referenced all over this, Ana. Neural webway, psycholinguistics, exo-brain maps with candidate profiles. It looks like Clovis Bray was syncing Rasputin's basic core with viable hosts. Oh, Ana's mind races. For what, though? Drop him into containment and clone him? Pretty elaborate restart button. I guess with an exo, you could also make some pretty potent AI with more limiters than a Warmind. Jinju processes. Nothing conclusive here. Ana turns her gaze back to the stars. It would be terrible to be buried like that, trapped in pieces of your own mind. You wouldn't even know who you were anymore, where you start and where other versions of you end. Speaking of, the Clovis 9 site is 78% assimilated into his sovereignty. Jinju distorts her voice as Warmind for simile. He's so dramatic about it. Ana brightens as she laughs. You remember how Cameron would always impersonate him? He did not appreciate that, but it was funny. Jinju cheeps lightly. Is she still buried in work from the moon? Hole opened up to the Black Garden. Pyramid. Creepy signals, raining Vex. You think Owl Sector could help themselves from getting involved? I heard rumors through the ghost vine about the pyramid. They said it steals your shell. Lives there, like another you. They said it makes you do things. Jinju pauses. Her iris flicks to Ana's raised eyebrow. Not helping? Let's just change the subject. Jinju squirms awkwardly. You'll see her soon. I know. They're working directly with Ikora. She's safe. I know. Warm-toned reassurance trickles into the cabin through Ana's helmet receiver. I know. When did you even get here, Red? Ana aggressively huffs in exasperation. Tech mites traverse Jinju like a jungle gym. One dangles precariously from a shell flap. Guess who's there too? How do you know this and I don't? Ghostvine. It's Eris Morn. She's working with the Guardian. Eris? Ana scoffs. She's not much of a conversationalist, so the two of them should get along just fine. She gestures to the mites. Do you really want those crawling all over you? Their names are Foe and Dame, and I love them. Jinju coddles her mites. Besides, it's like Cam's with us, in spirit, right? Ana chuckles and scratches her brow before raising a fist in solidarity. She is, to the brim. The shimmer surrounding the jump ship jitters before abruptly smashing into empty space. Ana leans forward and looks out into the void. Where's the planet? She slowly rolls her head around the cockpit. They drift through space on placid waves of nothing toward a distant nowhere. The vast, luminous twinkle of the Milky Way plays out in panorama, though gloom-speckled pinholes prick gaps in the starry sea, the absence from them directly apparent to Ana's eye, like rays of darkness from a black sun through a sheer cosmic sheet. Jinju perks up, internal senses suddenly askew. Something nabbed us right out of our jump. We're off course by, Jinju calculates, 3 AU? What? Ana manually scans the trajectory equations in the nav computer. There's nothing wrong with the math.
Jump drive error. Misalignment.
Squawks on bubble speakers. Little late. Tart synthetic tickle creeps red and patient. Low and pressing, as not to be heard by those that might be listening. Relax. I know we're off course, but it's not that far. Relatively speaking. Ana scrunches her face at a nav screen as it's overtaken by interference. Okay, I can't see where we are. Hang on. A slow wrinkle skulks across space. It presses up the fabric. Insignificant points between stars warp and spur small disturbances in the constellational congruence of the galaxy. From afar, it is nothing. A flutter of wings in wind. It's dark out here. Jinju's voice is distant as she peers outside. Beyond the canopy, an expanse without a horizon. That's when the stars shine brightest, Jinju. Find a constellation for me so we can get our bearings.
Gravitational wave anomaly detected. Jump realignment required.
Way ahead of you, ship. Ana checks jump vectors and flicks through alignment procedures. Mav thrusters sputter to orient the ship towards Sol. Ana test cycles the jump drive. It revs and then chokes before locking.
Gravitational wave anomaly detected. Jump hazard. Location inconclusive. Clear hazard.
Okay, that's not a comforting thing to hear. Ana deploys a sensory buoy from the ship. Rasputin stings and pricks red iron. Steady pressure, with localized insistence. Feels strange. Jinju is distant. We should go. Ana initiates recalibrations on the jump drive's positioning solution. There's definitely some weird space out there.
Gravitational wave anomaly detected.
The ship lurches. Ana's stomach churns. Jinju vibrates violently in place, an outer shell of light absorbing some of the force. Red iron needles whistle tea kettle pressure in white anxiety from Ana's helmet. Cloaked shadows shift through the vacuum, an eternity away and all too close. Shown only when they wish to only whom they want. Ana swallows to settle her stomach. What even was that? Did we move? Leave. Now please. Ana, Jinju presses against the glass of the canopy, peering outward.
System realignment. Solution secured.
There it is. I've got a jump block.
Gravitational wave anomaly detected.
Again? Then we're riding this one out of here. Ana eyeballs adjustments for the gravitational wave into the nav computer. Punching jump in 3, 2, 1. They slip between folds in space. Formless wake propels them. The ship rides through subspace at speeds far exceeding her jump drive's capability. Color dulls in the slipstream. Frisson electrifies Ana's senses into timeless euphoria. The nose of the cockpit stretches ahead, drawn towards some distant vanishing point. She struggles to keep the flight stick straight. Her motion seems small, inconsequential, and all too slow within the wave. Fluctuant pockets of drag flex and buck, threatening to throw them off into the unknown. The cockpit twists around her. Indicator lights blink in metronomic sequence. purpose and pigment slowly materializing in her mind. Hull integrity failing. Not yet.
Collision. Bow. Celestial body detected. Auto drop failed.
Ana steadies her mind. She force cancels the jump, seizing the drive and dumping them out into space before thrusters burn to steady them again. Their emergence is dwarfed by a stratospheric colossus. Uranus hangs, a daiquiri pearl set in tilted rings. A grin overtakes Ana's face. Nailed it. Pale blue gleam inundates the canopy with planetary light. Ana plots an approach to the station. The trio slow burn forward, each silently collecting their faculties. Ahead, tiny beacons blip red. Satellite silhouettes take form out of the planet's zealous glare. Instrument spokes jut from their polygonal chassis like old war depth charges itching to trigger. Those are warsats, Jinju breaks the silence, eager to shift her mode of thought far from weird space and gravity waves. Finally, some luck, Ana says with relief. I bet we can daisy chain Rasputin into the station's network through the defense system. Oh, they're powering up? Maybe we... Horns of responsive distortion roll across the cabin like a stress wave. Rasputin's alert pings litter the canopy HUD. Brace! Ana pushes hard on the flight stick and reflexively dives under a barrage of laser fire. Nose thrusters roar vibration through her hands as she cuts to guide the ship vertical and tumbles into a barrel roll, slipping around follow-up bursts. A bolt skims shallow across her starboard side. Ricochet. Shockwave tremors reverberate through the hull. Red, ping all incoming fire vectors. Jinju, arm the spikes. Plates split open along the belly of the ship. A drum launcher of 6 war spikes rolls out as Jinju links into the launcher's gunnery apparatus. Indicators blare onto the canopy HUD. Jinju sends 2 war spikes straight into the first of 15 warsats blocking their path as Ana nudges the ship between incoming laser bursts. 2 spiked warsats cease fire as their automated defense protocols are overridden, security software utterly failing to halt Rasputin's invasive assimilation. They come back online, spikes blending into spokes, and swivel to gun down the closest still hostile targets. The assimilated twin warsats thrust to reposition into a shield for Ana and Jinju as they close distance. Crimson flare shines around the warsat shield as lasers chisel into them. Ana watches HUD pings for an opening between incoming bursts. She finds half a moment and burns hard on the main engine, then toggles full power to maneuvering thrusters to sling the ship under Rasputin's shield and open a lane for Jinju. Jinju unleashes 4 more spikes. They strike true. Rasputin spreads digital plague through the warsat's frameworks with each skewering hit. He demands subservience. Laser fire tears through space in all directions as Ana cuts between dueling satellites and rolls to evade overlapping firing arcs. Concussive shockwaves rattle the ship as defiant warsats explode or fail one by one until the firing stops. A field of deputized warsats and debris dead adrift within the planet's orbital current, backlit by radiant mesopelagic glow. Beyond them, almost lost among cloud cream atmosphere, Kalis Station. Ana releases her breath. It feels like she has been holding it since the jump. She forces short gulps of air into her aching lungs and lets her ship glide toward the station without guidance. Jinju emerges from the gunnery apparatus and floats back to the dashboard. Foe and Deem appear from under her shell. What was that, Ana? Back there? The warsats or the freaky gravity? Either, both. Your guess is as good as mine. My guess worries me. Let's just pull this data and get home. Agreed. Ana hangs her head in her hand and muffles a sardonic, "Nailed it." Kayla Station. Dim and powerless, it gently falls. The label grows at pace with Anna's measured approach. Rasputin's cohort of warsats encircle her in a defensive phalanx. The station rotates to face the planet. It glitters in gas-giant grandeur as massive translucent hull plates display a desolate gut shrouded in seafoam reflection. Jinju combs through station blueprints, pouring in from warsat data stores. Kalos consists of one long shaft containing a launch bay and spindly communication arrays at either end. Deeper, past the launch bays, mostly maintenance frame space, capstoned by a large reinforced mainframe housing complete with a thick glass viewing ceiling. Orbiting ringlets, indicated as biomes 1, 2, and 3, spin lazily in unison with the central structure, held in position by maglock paddocks that are lined with metal rungs, set into the station hub's outer plating. Jinju locates several unpowered docking points before settling on entering through one of the station's bays. She snaps a HUD ping on the canopy. Here, this one is open, though it doesn't look like anything but the outer rings are still pressurized. Ready for a spacewalk? Anna guides them to the bay, catching sight of the transparent interior solar glass paneling of the rotating ringlets. Clean rivers slosh along the outer ring underneath a dividing sieve. Earth and dirt sprout abundant above. Are those greenhouses? I think so. Everything seems to be locked under a file named Contingency. That's not ominous, Anna says, scooping her helmet from its hook and swiping 18 kelvins from a footlocker. We need mainframe access. When do we not? Anna looks at the dark station. It is a grave of potential awaiting the next planet rise. Jinju prepares Anna's bandolier. Mites patiently tap pin legs as they wait for attention. Anna dons her helmet and puts a hand on the canopy release pulley. You're not bringing those, are you? The bay is still. A snapshot of countless possible failures in the face of challenge. It holds only one ship. The bulbous craft lay broken, dropped from its support brackets in denial of an attempted launch. Reflective hexagonal plates sparkle like space dust as the station faces Uranus's light. Scorch stains blacken the far wall behind the craft's ruined ion thruster. The propulsion system is missing its ion cell. It doesn't look like damage, but obviously a lot went wrong here. Jinju beams light over the fuselage as they float through the ruptured bay in weightlessness. The reflective hull is filled with exos. Mannequin cadavers hang frozen on silk threads, surrounded by globular blobs of various fluids. Loose wire tangle sags around the lifeless many. One or two glides freely within the cabin. Their chest plates share a pristine logo. Echo 1. Anna locates a crumpled worker frame beside the bay's internal airlock and signals Jinju to come over. Jinju puffs toward Anna on pulses of light. Remnants and dust hold motionless in the vacuum. Their groupings, jostled and drawn to each other since the bay's collapse, form tiny gravitational microcosms. A new foe system trapped in the failed husk of a past age. She flicks her helmet microphone on. Hey, what about just normal frame access? The ghost sweeps the frame and gets to work. This isn't just some mop butt. This is the station manager. Let's get it inside. Anna props a foot on the wall and forces the airlock closed behind them. Mag boot clinks to tile. Dust floor, echoing groans, and humid taste populate the station. Even through her respirator, the stale flavors of plant matter and dirt coat Anna's tongue in grist-like film. She turns to Jinju, busy at work splicing bad connections within the frame, and spinning light to charge its power unit. It'll work, but this unit won't hold power. It'll only last as long as I charge it. You're a miracle worker, Jinju. Jinju cheeps. She solders a loose line. It should also be a little more talkative. Anna peers down the hall. From their current position, the airlock functions like an estuary, flowing into the rest of the station. She could almost see clear to the central mainframe hub atop a raised panel fortification in the middle of the room. It sits below a ceiling of translucent plates, rimmed in distant ringlet halos falling onto shadow. A stairway aligned with the launch bays on either side provides access. The frame sparks to life, looks directly at Ana, and speaks with grating age to its voice.
Welcome, Ana Bray. Very excited to see a Bray walk this hall again. It has been a long time.
Ana grasps at words. Jinju shrugs. Plugs of light toss in 0G. The frame stands on magnetized footcups and dusts itself off, nearly bumping into Jinju.
Excuse me, small servo bot.
Servo? The frame turns to Ana.
How may I be of assistance?
I'll unplug you. The frame ignores her. Ana smirks at Jinju, then looks at the frame. Walk with me, she says, briskly moving deeper into the station. The two converse with Jinju in tow. The main section of the station is a wide open hall supported by struts. In large red lettering, the words Echo Project. Our legacy builds the horizon. Dozens of maintenance frame plates line the floor, some open, some semi-raised with collapsed frames steps away, half responding to a catastrophe. A scene in disorder. Zilch on Atlas. Ana stares out the translucent ceiling, wistful as the frame waits for another question. So, those crops in the rings are food supplies for a colony mission?
Yes, thank you for asking that, Ana Bray.
Yeah. And the colony ships are full of exos.
Partially. Echo 1 and Echo 2 were stocked with exo-unit crews. As you know, their task was to establish and oversee embryonic development at Colony M31, Site A and Site B.
If Rasputin got out of hand, they weren't planning on resetting him.
I don't have access to Clovis 1 through 12 directories.
They just assumed he would win. The Pillory is a last-ditch panic room.
I don't have access to Clovis 1 through 12 directories.
Jinju's iris flicks back and forth between the two. Her tiny light leash hums. Ana massages her palm. What was my role in all this?
As you know, your work on the Warmind made you a prime asset to oversee applicant selection.
I chose the people in there? Ana watches the ringlet spin, her mind repeating the statement back to her. Artificial night slips back to artificial day as the station's rotation continues.
As you know, yes. Additionally, your work on the Warmind, as you know, was vital to the establishment of Clovis 1 through 12.
Do I know where the candidates came from? Did they volunteer?
I do not have access to candidate profiles.
Ana shuts her eyes and takes a steady breath. You said I helped with the Pillory stations.
Yes.
How so?
I don't have access to Clovis 1 through 12 directories.
She nods and lets her helmet slink back to rest on her shoulders. Yeah, I think I can piece it together on my own. Is this station linked to any other sites? Her gaze returns to the distant ringlet, lit by the recurring planet rise. Her augmented eyes pick at details.
As you know, Miss Bray, there are 13 Clovis sites that this station is linked to.
13? What's the 13th? The plant life is still vibrant, regimented.
Paragon access does not permit that information.
You hear that, Jinju? We're all just slaves to circumstance. Jinju chirps. I'd like to think our choices matter a little. I'd like to think mine did. Ana smiles at her. Yeah.
You are a Bray.
The frame pauses. They lack signs of overgrowth. Well kept. So? Ana turns to the frame.
Echo Project requires a station link with dead rock resources.
Ana's eyes go wide. Jinju, disengage that cipher thing. Over her shoulder, a glint shines from the far central ringlet. Biome 2. Jinju glides forward. What is that? Ana looks at Jinju. The verbal cipher. She pauses and traces Jinju's eyeline to face Uranus. Ana's eyes adjust to sieve out the glaring brightness. What's what? She puts a hand to her visor and squints. An ion lance threads the station from the distant ringlet. It pierces Ana's chest clean through. Brick-stained atmosphere hisses out of her suit, searing on smouldering fabric fringe. Jinju's iris widens with confused shock. Howling storms slam salt-coarse keys in Ana's helmet. Acrimony. Echo 1. Kayla Station. During the collapse. Dead rock seizure in action. Station manager. Initiate manual override in Echo 1 launch bay. Alert. This station is experiencing power fluctuations. Emergency power will run until... Echo 0. He awakens alone. A fluke. Others hang around him, but they remain in the dream. Electrical surge prickles through his entire body. A screen in front of his face begins playing a recording, complete with visual aid. Welcome to Echo 1. Before your departure, you should have been briefed by a station warden. If you don't recall your station warden, please alert your crew captain. Now then, my name is Ana Bray, and you're one of the lucky few who has been selected for the Echo Project. The future of humanity rests on your shoulders. The recording is interrupted as emergency sirens blare through the station. Station hazards. Gravitational anomaly. Sterile neutrino bursts. Please remain calm. Override broadcast. Via Echo Link. Pillory sublock. RR. Sky shock alert. Transient near extrasolar event. Power failures rack the station in rolling thunder. The Exo slumps, lifeless until its next reset. Echo 7. Alone. The recording. He finds familiarity in the newness. The face on the screen seems kind. Station hazards. Rolling surges in wards 1, 2, 3. Please remain calm. Thunder. Pain to death. Electrostatic purge triggering a reset. Echo 22. He awakens to rolling, thunderous darkness and pain. The screen does not illuminate. Barely audible words form from the air. Primary propulsion systems failing. Auxiliary systems near depletion. Planetary impact unavoidable. Distress triggered. Meaningless. He struggles against chains. Eons pass. His bonds will not break. His mind fragments and corrupts. He wishes he could bleed. He wishes he could die. He wonders where the wardens are. Echo 41. Short lives of confusion and pain. He grasps at falling in every direction. There is nothing to grip. Echo 89. Thunder again. Echo 173. And again. Echo 390. Until one day, he hangs in the futile passage of time. A creeping madness weaves its way in solitude. Echo 877. Thunder, thunder, thunder. The warden speaks for the first time in many storms. Her twisted promises are fresh to his ear. When we return, etched in mind. Wake and sleep, struggle. Dream and wake, struggle. Endless, innumerable stillbirths. Tomb spasms, thunderous pain, sweet death. Echo 2625. Thunder one final time. The storm gives life, but never came to take. He slips from rot shackles, worn with age. Weary, they snap at slightest motion. Untold rotations pass without movement. Freedom? He matures questions. A hunger wells up within him. He travels the station, from Tomb Bay to the Mind Shell to the sealed space, in dark and in light. The Mind Shell teaches him the new roads, teaches him the majesty of the rings, teaches him the key. He walks the rings. He tends to his little freedoms. He cultivates. He grows. He does unknowingly as he was meant to do. The Mind Shell tells him of the bridge, tells him of his ancestors, speaks of the Echo Link. The knowledge does not leave his thoughts. He seeks a meaning beyond routine. The Tomb Bay kept secrets. He had not returned since he walked the rings. It is a shallow sepulchre. Brothers and sisters dreaming, never to wake as he had. He digs treasures from their graves, digs knowledge from the prison's many minds, picks lies from the bones of truth. He drinks the memories of echoes past. He finds the prison's purpose, a bridge's end. If he holds this end, perhaps the wardens hold the other. The many minds, the liar's words, takers, they would know of his escape. The wardens would come to take with fresh shackles. He prepares. He learns from the warden's alchemy. He digs through the carcass of his once mighty tomb. From hollow basin he seizes starlight power to wield from afar. From its flesh adorns himself a cloak of lies to fool. He armours his soul against the thunder that kills. He opens the bridge at his end and waits. Echo unknown. Present day. He walks the ring when she arrives. The warden rides in with finality and judgment. A red light storm at her back. She had followed the bridge, as he had hoped. She leads many shells, but only one descends with her. She brings with her the thunder, and he fears its wicked spark. He places trust to his plated frame. He watches her trespass in the tomb bay, sees her defile the Mind Shell's grand hall. The wardens reap what had been sown. As wardens always do, she comes to collect him. He raises his starlight, but a warden is not so easily slain, and she has many allies. Descendant, Kayla's station, orbit Uranus. She is submerged. Light sways just above a tense surface. Something far below stirs. The light brightens to blind. Rasputin weeps a terrible cacophony of anguish. Ana gasps for breath. Her head swims in effort. Hypoxemia. Blood oxygen 73%. Hold still, your suit is leaking. Jinju quickens light into Ana's punctured suit, her iris jittering from spot to spot as oxygen spurts around her in foggy clouds. Ana shakes dizziness out of her head. A smouldering frame is sprawled a few meters away. She droops flat to a support beam that runs up to the mainframe office. I got shot. The realization doubles back. I got shot! Ana pats her chest and stiffens. She draws in shallow breath. Jinju, did you see where it came from? Central ring. I dragged you into cover. Stop moving so much. Ana peeks around the strut. An ion thread zips by and stings her helmet. Rasputin obliterates every square inch of ringlet within 10 meters of the ion beam's origin in response. Sections of the central ringlet combust and explode under heavy bombardment. The ring buckles, splitting along the seams and splaying out into space. Magnetic anchors fail as the halo fractures and splits away from the station's central architecture. Fragments rush away toward the planet. Kaelus's ruin falls to Uranus in lingering prolucidial consummation. Rasputin, stop! Laser fire halts immediately. You're gonna sink the whole station! Tense finger waits on hair trigger. Ana works her starving lungs. Hypoxemia. Blood oxygen 67%. Ana, you need to stop breathing so much. Jinju bobs with Ana's head and quickly reseals her visor. Can't hold still. Ana shakily stands and points up at the dislodged ringlet spinning above her. Bad angle. I'm pretty sure whatever shot you is dead. Stop talking. You're getting delirious. Wreckage looms far over Ana's shoulder. The remaining two halos slowly spin in ignorance through their siblings' burial dust cloud. Eerie distortion soars across the divide between the station and rings, the veneer of invisibility momentarily lost in flight as rubble collides with its form. Rasputin perceives the abnormality. Harmonic chimes across Ana's visor resonate and combine into uniform, patterned homogeny. Active camouflage? Ana sucks thin atmosphere, a wheezing undertone to her breath. Jinju, give me an auditory visualizer. Jinju whirs and dips back to Ana's suit, compiling an interface. Now, hold still. Hypoxemia, blood oxygen 65%. A ceiling panel 20 meters from Ana erupts into brittle plastic shards that glisten and spin like tiny neutron stars, catching the last of Uranus's light as the station begins to turn dark. Amorphous form thuds into the floor, shattering tiles in a plume of dust that stretches up into a spire before slowly holding in place. The form tumbles to a stop. It stands between her and the open launch bay, and slings a kit-bashed iron caster aside, depleted. Hexagonal patterns stutter to blend with the station interior as the room rolls into tenebrous obscurity. For an instant, an exo takes form, and then nothing as its cloaking shroud flashes and re-engages in the dark. Ana doesn't wait. She rushes heavy clunking boots up the stairs to the mainframe. A rhythmic tremors beat through her heart. Jinju deactivates the switch on Ana's magboots and hurls her through the door with a forceful pulse of light. She speeds in behind Ana, finishing her suit with light stitch as Ana slams the door shut. Ana, hang in there. Jinju orients Ana and reactivates her magboots. Ana's feet clomp to the floor. She hangs from them, a loose timber bending in the wind. Jinju finishes her patch job. New fabric seals airtight. You're good, you're good. Don't pass out. Your suit is reoxygenating. Hypoxemia, blood oxygen, 59%. Stabilizing. The words are intensely bright on her visor against the darkening room. Auditory overlay complete. Check your visor. Jinju's voice focuses her. I just need a minute. Ana speaks between gulps of air. An unsteady hand draws 18 kelvins. The mainframe room orients around her more clearly with each breath. It is stark. A large lone desk of singular oak commands the center of the room. A console screen, dead, is embedded in the surface. Rasputin drops positional estimation pings into her HUD in an attempt to track her assailant. She steps backward and away from the door she had entered through and toward the opposing stairway's door. Her eyes pick up faint quivers from outside. Indirect, resonant white noise pings like interference on her visor. She focuses on each occurrence, looking for a note out of rhythm. Behind. She spins, as the exo crashes through the secondary entrance at her back. The door snaps from its hinges in a torrent of dust and rackets Jinju into glass. Jinju! Ana loses track of her attacker momentarily in the darkness before it pushes off from a hard surface, triggering her visor. Some find their mark, puncturing the camouflage shroud and revealing her adversary before impotently fizzling on the exo's outer shell. It covers the gap with surprising speed and catches her gun hand. Ana discharges an arc round. Tiny bolts reach across to the exo's metal skull in vain as it scorches ceiling. Bones pop in her fingers and wrist. Hypoxemia, blood oxygen 68%. Stabilizing. The exo flattens its other hand and stabs toward her stomach. Die, Warden. Adrenal instinct floods Ana's body. She stops it. They lock. Ana's vision blurs. She gasps for breath. Muscles quiver in her arms, desperate for oxygen. A spark cinders in her. Get off her! Jinju zips toward the exo and paddles foe and Deem onto it with a flick of her shell. The mites crawl under the exo's exterior plating and send shock sting bites through its systems, seizing its joints for a few precious seconds. Jinju rushes to Ana's side. The ghost deconstructs itself. Orbital shell bits swirl around a core of coalescing light. She fills the room like a brilliant star, overcharging her wayward guardian. Ana's crushed bones reforge. Light fills her eyes. Her grip, still holding against the seizing exo's bladed thrust, liquefies its plated hand to scrap. A glorious crown of solar flame erupts from her visor and she cracks her forehead into the exo's face. It reels. Tufts of flame extinguish in the vacuum. Ana kicks away. Solar might engulfs 18 kelvins. Ana hammers off 2 rounds of celestial annihilation. They melt straight through the exo, puncture the station plating, and and scream through space for light years. The Exo slumps, a molten heap. It draws breath. Resilient. Ana drops to her knee, barrel trained on the Exo's head. She takes a full breath. The Exo's eyes are unflinchingly locked to her. It refuses to die. It points to Anna's badge with its still blistering hand. Bray. Warden. She says the only thing she can think to say. Who were you? It hesitates. Echoes. Her head droops. How many did you live? She looks to find his number designation, but it is missing. It looks past her as Uranus's light once again trickles through the station. Echoes grow. Wardens keep. What did I do to them? Ana stares at Echo's husk. The faint glow of the desk's lit console screen grays out her face behind her visor. She sits dead still in rotation. She could stare forever if she only had enough time. Jinju nudges her shoulder. I've got the mainframe data. Ana is devoid of thought at the mainframe access console. She watches as Uranus comes back into view over and over again. It dominates the station's viewing port. She maps the movement of the clouds along the surface, but only ever on the surface, and sees how they differ from the previous iteration on their last spin. She wonders if they are different underneath. Stable major chords strum in Ana's helmet, getting caught in the cracked visor glass. She finally speaks, decisive. Dislodge the other ringlet paddocks. Warsats can tow them back to the tower. Skim the shadow networks for anything else they can use. Get some good from this. Ana, the Warsats could haul this whole station, as long as we do it soon. Kalis rotates away into shadow once again, and the planet's sheen fades from sight. Ana clicks a spring-loaded slot on the desk. It snaps to, bearing a placard of ownership. Clovis Bray. Ana stands, steady. It's okay to let some things be forgotten.
Two years ago, the Warmind Rasputin helped humanity defeat the Hive on the Martian frontier. On that day, it swore to protect us. Now, it may be the only thing that can. The Red Legion has one last play. They have boarded their superweapon, the Almighty, and it's on the move. You already destroyed its star-killing munitions, but whatever the Legion hopes to achieve won't end well for us. They once took the tower. They will take nothing else. We'll see to that. Come in! Ana, are you there?
Just a moment.
Ana, report.
Copy, Commander. I've located the central manifold. It seems the Cabal have disabled the ship's MAV thrusters.
They killed the steering on this thing? Any idea what that was?
Checking. That explosion came from the propulsion deck. The Cabal have taken out the primary engine. Have you made it to the bridge yet?
Just a moment. Now I'm on the bridge. They've destroyed the ship's navigation system. We're a dead stick.
None of this makes any sense. No nav, no engine, no way to steer or change course. It's like they want this thing to drift off into space forever.
Not forever.
A looming threat. The Guardian speaks to Commander Zavala about the latest threat facing the last city.
Guardian, the Almighty is plummeting towards the last city and we have no way to stop it. Ana believes that the Warmind Rasputin can prevent this catastrophe. It hasn't helped us before. I don't trust it will now. But I failed to get the job done. Now all I can do is prepare the city for all possible contingencies. Go to Ana. Get her whatever she needs. Rasputin swore to protect humanity. It's time we hold it to that promise.
Raising our defences. The Guardian speaks to Ana Bray on Mars, who has a plan for the Almighty's destruction.
What a time to be alive. I don't think anyone has ever thrown a spaceship at us before, so that's new. Rasputin's main resources are scattered throughout the system. It'll take months to recall all his warsats from deep space, and we're going to need something big to break through the Almighty's hull. Rasputin has a plan B. He's firing up the support systems linked to old Braytech bunkers, spec'd for arms production. We'll have to drop in and finalize the connections manually. They're on closed networks. Let's pay Big Red a visit first. Look, I know arming the Warmind doesn't sit well with the Vanguard, but it's either that, or we lose the city.
Into the Mindlab. The Guardian visits Rasputin, who offers them the seasonal artifact.
Guardian, head into Rasputin's Mindlab. It's taken a little convincing to get him on board. The system's becoming a dangerous place. I get the sense that he's worried. I've never seen that from him before. The last time the Guardians teamed with Rasputin, we were able to topple a hive god. With Rasputin on our side, the Almighty doesn't stand a chance. Warminds are complex and hard to predict. Rasputin's priorities are constantly shifting, but I know he'll do what's right. Don't mind the Cabal. Big Red can handle it. Rasputin's on board. There's something he needs to show you in the EDZ. I think he likes you.
Warmind Khanjali. A ritual blade, inlaid with digitized enigma. Neuron sheath key. Run through time and time again. In ritual, in ceremony, in vital sequence. Image, history, vision, grace, sight, clairvoyance. War divinely conjured, canvassed data bits, symphonic calculation, magnitude manufactured, order incomplete. Seraph Bunker, EDZ. The Guardian is sent by Rasputin to a bunker on the EDZ to reconnect it to his network.
Multiple contacts.
Okay, Rasputin, let's get you plugged in. This interface is so convoluted. Buy me some time.
Take as long as you need. I have your back.
Connection locked. Good to see you, Guardian.
Indeed. Ana, are you certain we can't operate this bunker from the tower?
Interfacing Rasputin's mainframe with these systems is the only way we'll get the firepower we need.
Hopefully the Warmind remembers where to point said firepower.
You think he'll miss?
I'm more concerned with whether it will pull the trigger.
He's a Warmind, Zavala. He understands the stakes.
Rasputin has been silent for too long while Guardians hold the line.
You gotta have a little faith.
Faith is self-evident. If it's between you and Rasputin, I'll put my faith in you.
Listen, he's on our side.
Then I hope it proves me wrong.
Rasputin can do this. Trust me. I understand Zavala has his doubts. I've stood on those walls. I've seen what looked like the end. He has a lot of people relying on him. The Almighty will be knocked out of the sky. We won't let you down.
Tartarstan. Everything is gone. Okay, Red, back it up. These Seraphs you keep referencing, what were they? They were all things to me. Everything I required. That doesn't help. What were these Seraphs for? These files suggest that you built and stored planetary combat platforms for 7 Seraphs. I thought the Golden Age was a time of peace. It was a time of peace. This is a lot of firepower, Red. Swords keep peace. And this armor, even a Guardian wouldn't turn this down. They protected me. I protected them. The Seraphs are gone now? Everything is gone. So those blades you gave to the Guardians belong to the Seraphs? Yes. You trust them? Everything is gone. Seraph Bunker. Moon. The Guardian heads to the moon to activate the second of the 3 bunkers required.
This place is crawling with Hive. Keep an eye out while I hook Rasputin in. Some of this netcode is ancient. I hear what people say behind my back. You know, that I'm a Brave first, and a Guardian second. Selfishly chasing my past. But Rasputin and I have been busy scouring the system. Not for ourselves. We were looking for Golden Age relics. Hunting down the Deep Stone Crypt, chasing loose threads. It wasn't just weapons. Old nanomeds, construction servos, disease-resistant crop strains. Finds that would make a real difference in people's lives. We assumed Zavala and the Vanguard could handle any immediate threats, but we could have done more.
Seraph Bunker Io. The Guardian heads to Io to activate the final bunker.
Ana insists you understand the stakes. Convince me. Our enemy reveals itself. The shadow is long and close. Is this what's had your attention? Preparations to fight? To rebuild? To run?
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is NFB Meritursa 16. 11,000 souls in cryos leave aboard. We are a few minutes out of New Pacific Arcology. We were struck by debris in a large wave. Fusion plant offline. We can see extensive, catastrophic damage to one of the Arcology domes. Oh, it's gone over. Respond if able.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is New Pacific Arcology on guard. Declaring a sundown loss of habitability event. We have 2.9 million souls aboard. We repeat, Titan is no longer safe for human life.
The collapse. You were there. You gave everything to a cause and saw it all swept away. You're afraid to fail. Again. So am I. I've never considered how it must have felt to live through the collapse. From this day, we speak as allies, not warriors who seek to wield each other as weapons. After we break the Almighty, the city will devote whatever resources you need towards banishing these dark omens. When they come, we will stand together, as equals, as guardians.
Rasputin rising. Ana nods in recognition of successful integrations into Rasputin's system. She turns to acknowledge you. This is incredible. We had expected a few hiccups, if I'm honest. Ana gives a slightly uneasy chuckle. Integrating so many systems at once leaves potential for fragmentation. But each bunker connection reads like we're rebuilding old neurons scrubbed from his brain. Like he's remembering. She pauses for a moment in consideration. You know, before Zavala came to us about the Almighty, we were skipping around the system. She gives you a quick, wary look before continuing. Chasing leads. Ran into a lot of locked doors. These connections are going to change all that. I've made my travel records available to the Vanguard. Most of them. Ana notices you about to speak and gives a knowing look. Big Red and I found something we might need your help with, but now's not the time. Giant kamikaze spaceship first, Ana's baggage later, yeah? Rasputin, full power. Big Red is locked and loaded. Ana beams at Rasputin's hologram, rattling off statistics and terminology. Ghost bobs along in the know. This would have been impossible without Zavala acting as a firebrand. She turns introspective for a moment. It's easy to find reasons to stay away when you're isolated. Easy to forget what kept us close. Coming together won the gap, and it's going to knock the Almighty out of the sky. It'll be how we meet the future. Ana's stature rises, proud and decisive. When this is over, Sol will be so much more open to us. Red's new defense matrix is a scaffold. We could even plop a nice colony down in his shadow on Mars. Just talking about new settlements gives me goose pimples. She feigns a shiver and cracks a wide smile at you. Goodbye, war with the Cabal. Hello, Second Golden Age. The future is bright, Guardian. Shine on. Destruction of the Almighty. In a live event, Guardians watch the Almighty get shot down by Rasputin before it can reach the last city. Sister's Vengeance. The Guardian speaks to Zavala about this success.
The Almighty has been reduced to smoldering ash thanks to you and Rasputin. Our success serves as a reminder that we're in this fight together. Allegiances have never been more important. Together, we'll overcome whatever enemy we face. And with allies like Rasputin, who can stop us?
United in victory. We did it. We actually did it. Ana's face is racked with a mixture of utter disbelief and joy. Not just you or me, not even Rasputin. This was all of us, and it couldn't have been any other way. Her face turns soft for an instant. Ana looks you in the eyes and offers a genuine thank you. The Vanguard have their limits. As the city's reach widens, we'll need to consider unlikely allies. It wasn't long ago that most Guardians couldn't imagine standing side by side with a Warmind. Ana allows herself a sly smile and slight headshake. Don't worry, we're not interested in being fair-weather friends. Long haul or not at all. She gives you a cheerful nod. Don't be a stranger. I won't be. Citizens of the city. Generations. Music. Under a streaked sky painted in the glowing wreckage of the Almighty, the people of the last city rejoice. Debris burns through clouds and explodes like fireworks high above. Those who remember the Red War peer upward with cautious hope. The Warmind had done as Commander Zavala said it would, and now the Traveller, a great shield beneath the torrent, turns away any remaining danger from the fallout. Fragments of the sun-eating hulk that would have struck it instead cascade off its wide dome of light and skip into the distance. Under the watch of Titans posted at the borders of every district, children run laughing through the streets with wooden rifles. Their imagination transforms the stone walkways into Warmind bunker tunnels. Homes and side streets allow them to access terminals, duck behind cover, and use offshoot ventilation shafts for quick flanking maneuvers. Rufus, a large black neighborhood hound, bounces through the horde of children as a ferocious war beast. They swarm around to pet him, and he flops over, belly raised to the fiery sky, defeated. The older children howl at the fall of their mighty war beast and charge with Cabal-themed papier-mâché armor painted red. Sparkler grenades burst and shine as if infused with light. A true Guardian stands beneath the Traveller, in command of the not-so-tall forces of the light gathered around him. His armor, slick gold and clean to imaginative eyes, is in reality dull and marred from ricochet dents and the imprints of close calls. His holsters? Empty, save the loaded sidearm pinned to his chest by a tight bandolier. He raises a fist to steady their hearts against the charge. The Cabal menace advances with a wild clattering. The defenders raise their wooden rifles. The Guardian drops to a knee, slams his fist into the ground, and a rift of restorative light spreads from his touch. The children cheer. Their forces clash. The Cabal complain they have no Guardians. Rainpeer listens to the ruckus outside as he wrings soapy water from a coarse cloth. Droplets break the water's rhythm of ripples, pulsing in time with the music of a passing parade. He watches the dissonance with optimism. "Come clean up for your supper," he calls out. "Not yet, Gram. We're protecting Rasputin from the Cabal." Renpeer's mouth curls into a smile. His grandchildren's words were spoken with careless abandon. Their idea of battle is a facsimile of heroic tales told by booming-voiced guardians clad in legend. The children, even the older ones, barely remembered the Red War, let alone the conflicts fought on distant alien worlds. The walls had stood since their birth, and stories held tight in the throats of their elders carried little weight without the foundation of experience. They did not understand the horror that calls heroism to the fore, nor that heroes pay for fame in broken bodies and dead friends. Past strife became a tangled myth in youthful minds, an allegory of forgotten lessons amidst the city's stability. Their naivety warms his heart. For all the danger washing up against the gates, this day is safe. Innocence can be coddled a little longer, and maybe there will soon be a time when the people of the city remember nothing but peace. The Seed, covering the book Trials and Tribulations, the Weblore Maintenance Operations Log 30037, and What Gives Me Pause, and finally the Trials Weapons and Items released this season. Chapter 1. Instigate. It was supposed to be a garden world. The phrase
echo across quantified cross-sections of conflict,
uttered in confidence,
had always been false.
The expanse above, a cup, rimmed in gamma ink radiance, dammed against the Mercurian sky at the Carmen line. Against the howl of star wind,
the fountains of the great deep burst apart and the floodgates,
the black
screen of tomorrow,
fell open. Within the rip,
without form known or ever to be seen,
a monolithic hulk of fluid and steel convulsed,
eternal and always,
and excreted coils of shimmering,
glorious
life. Probing,
host of multitudes,
clattering tendrils,
an ungodly horror that no time would accept,
slithered down
the gullet of the heavens,
to make landfall. Chrome-hooked appendages,
breached sky, counted in triplets,
stretched for miles through sun-soaked atmosphere. They bored
with deepest intentions
into the marigold sands. From the great temporal chasms,
wailing mouths of creation,
flowed an ocean,
a second conception
of radiolarian fluid. Across the horizon,
of definitive sprawl,
the scene was
superimposed design,
resonant and
uniquely
multiplicative. Each injection site,
form mirrored in hundreds of 1,000.
Fostered a new lineage in stone and steel and fluid.
They would live.
The new age in subroutine
Sleep.
and observation. They would foster the
Metallic.
seeds of a generation in
Twilight.
time. From the site's bubbled pools
Progeny.
of
Endless possibility.
that murmured chaotic
Lullabies of change.
and wrung the traveller's light from Mercury. The light coalesced
Imbibed.
within the pools. The planet transformed
Reborn.
into a
Sleepless dream.
machine of prediction. The arms retracted
Purpose fulfilled.
and returned to
Space between time.
temporal hovels suspended just above Mercury's
Last gasp.
influence. With them
In compliant tone.
rose the spires. From the core, threads of iron
Dancing in coax animation.
fused reinforcement into the spires and brought them high. A surface-driven flat
Prepared.
by eons of solar erosion had
Being resurrected.
risen. A million open mouths,
Sang.
curled plated tongues in
Ritualistic.
completion. Across the world grew
Beauty.
a terrible consciousness that yearned to
Establish the connection.
find its progenitor. The hulking vessels
Cried out.
pulsed with light. The pools and spires pulsed dull tones in recognition, and the
Starless.
black sealed once more, restoring the sol-dominated sky.
Awaiting an angular shadow.
Illumination left the spires,
Who had begun their work.
and the light was
So
erased. Chapter 2. Postexilic. Curious. Osiris mutters to himself, running his fingers through the dry and dusty etchings inside the spire on Mercury. Sagira, record this. I'll want to cross-reference this pattern with any other constructs we come across. Gladly. I was looking for inspiration for a remodel anyway. I'm in no mood for humor today, Sagira, so it's just like any other day. Osiris ignores his ghost, fixated on the circular metal structure embedded into the ceiling above him. He stares intently, almost through it, pondering its function. The begetters are apparent to him, a cause for concern. Dropship approaching, Osiris. Cabal? I wish. Your devotees. Osiris shields his eyes from the marigold sand whirled up by the landing shuttle as he approaches, his frustration already mounting. Turn back, fools! He yells before the doors could fully open. Teacher, we're here to support your efforts. A woman dressed in an ornately patterned cloak appeals. My efforts are none of your concern. Now go! Osiris's dismissal does nothing to dissuade them. They look to the woman for guidance as Osiris departs. She advances, and the group moves in lockstep. Like scolded dogs, they follow him back toward the spire. Persistent bunch, Sagira scoffs. I've noticed. Osiris turns to address him, catching them off guard. I don't know what you hope to accomplish, but my work does not require zealots. We seek only to help. The fashion in which you were ousted from the vanguard. They were wrong to chastise you. They will come to regret their decision. She says with the conviction of a solemn promise. Is that a threat? They are the architects of their own destruction. You misunderstand the events that transpired. I was not exiled. I chose to leave. There is no acrimony with the Vanguard. Go back to your lives, Osiris says as firmly and calmly as he can muster. I'm afraid that's impossible, now that we have read your teachings. My research is not gospel, it's science. It's truth. Osiris considers this. Truth seems subjective these days, Osiris says, finally observing his entourage for the first time. Among them, a small group of men and women, stand two wayward guardians, warlocks, it appears, and a child. Their forlorn faces resonate with him, castaways and believers. The weeks since his departure from the last city have worn on him. He was used to working alone, knowing he could fall back to the city's resources should he need them. Now, adrift in the expanse of purpose, he finds himself longing for a place he could return to. A sanctuary. I have no intention of staying here. There are many constructs like this. They all require my attention. We will follow. No, you won't. I need to move quickly, without burden or baggage. Osiris pauses. The irony in casting these people away is not lost on him. But I can offer this. Stay here. Watch over this place. I want to know everything you can discover about it. Should anything occur, I will return. We are at your service, she says, relieved, and bows to Osiris. He grits his teeth. Unpack the ship, she beckons to the group. Yes, Sister Feora, one of the taller men replies. If you find yourself lost in the darkness, we will be your lighthouse. Osiris nods. Repressing a twinge of discomfort, he looks up to the spire. Chapter 3. The Cult of Personality. Vance had been sitting for the better part of an hour, waiting. Somewhere underneath what had been called the lighthouse, a small chapel had been erected in which an open book lay lonesome upon a lectern, overlooking a middling number of pews. He could hear a cast of attendees shifting in their seats from time to time, but mostly he heard wind and stillness. Vance had arrived early in the morning, as much as morning remained a concept on this blasted planetary waste. His impatience was starting to sweat through his face, loosed by doubt, time, and the meddling of his own thoughts. He feared the others would notice, and pulled a small square of cloth to dab away the perspiration. No one seemed to know he was coming. He had yet to see Osiris, and none had spoken of the prophet beyond cryptic phrases or referencing texts he already knew. Vance faced back toward the haggard door that kept dust and sand from whisking into the Spire chapel. He no longer felt sunlight casting through it, as he had when he first sat down. Vance gripped the pew, preparing to leave. Whispers trickled from a passage at the front of the chapel like drips of condensation falling on echoing stone floors. The passage was small, but twisted downward, deeper still than they already were. Vance could not see where it led, but from it he heard measured steps and metallic chimes. A robed figure, draped in symbology and smelling of fern, emerged from the passage, flanked by two guardians trimmed in gold. One carried the scent of warmth, the other ozone and tang. You are all in attendance to hear of our findings. The next directive brought to us through the divination of Osiris's own hand. I have seen his words, And I believe it is important for us to remember why we followed his path before we look to the future. Vance removed his hands from the pew and slid them into his lap. His eyes jittered in blackness behind a fresh cloth wrap, waiting for clarity. The two guardians circled the chapel, lighting candles and torches that billowed incense. The air thickened. Osiris tells us that the darkness will return, that the darkness will rise and choose its champions. Tells us that we must look beyond ourselves, beyond the city, if we are to combat such an evil. The Traveller alone will not save us. We are meant to save the Traveller and all of its people. Vance could not help his outburst. The very same who would have cast us out? Who exiled the Prophet? Sister Feora allowed the murmurs to rise, simmer, and rest before speaking. The lightless are filled with fear. Fear is a seed of darkness, working to compel them to its ends. Osiris sought the truth between the light and the dark through death and study. For their fear of his revelations they cast him out. The laity nodded in agreement, and Feora continued. The speaker wishes to remain in ignorance, but ignorance is the shadow that welcomes in the night. It is the drop below the horizon where a star sinks into surrender, lightless. We will not allow such a fate. Not here. Sister Feora takes a deep breath. We must remain vigilant if we are to protect all the light has touched. The proselytizing figure steps from the lectern. You arrived only hours ago. Did you not, brother? I believe I witnessed your arrival. He did not think his presence worth noting. I did, my Sister Feora, superior. Of course, sister. He should have known from her authoritative tone. I have come to learn. Then your first lesson is this. Listen. The choice to close their ears is what drove the city to fail. It is why we must conduct our work here. It is why without us, their walls will be for nothing. Vance fell silent. Sister Feora let his submission linger, and then continued. Each risen light-bearer, each guardian is light made flesh by the Traveller. They are light, and light is wielded. When we refuse to wield the light as needed, we give ground to the darkness. Sister Feora looked out over her congregation. I'm sure many of you have grown curious as to what light we could wield somewhere as desolate as this. Sister Feora allows herself a smirk and brief chuckle before inclining her head to the two guardians now seated at the back of the chapel. It is here that we will stand against the second eclipse of the Traveller's light. It is here that the collapse shall begin anew, should we falter. I do not know when, only what is and will be. They stared back at her, eyes full of conviction, faces bright with belief, hearts filled with assured direction. Their minds lacked nuance. Vance's chest swelled as he breathed in their stalwart faith, coiled around sweetly smelling barks and spices that popped over torchlight. The spires of Mercury shall be filled with the glory of the Traveller. Their light will shine against the long shadow when darkness reaches to snuff out the sun. Mercury will sing when day finds night, and we will direct it. These are Osiris's words, by his own hand. We followed the prophet here to facilitate his preparations for the second coming, whatever they may be. She marinated in the energy of the chapel. We will learn how the light here is to defeat the darkness. This is what he has asked of us. These lighthouses are our deliverance, and now, my brothers and sisters, there is much work to do. The herd stood in response to their shepherd, Vance among them. Chapter 4. Reflections. Entry 3. My days since arriving at this sanctuary have been blessed with acceptance and tranquility. Healthy debate regarding the teacher's words is welcomed and appreciated. We all seek to understand the light and the necessity for darkness. Sister Feora has fawned over my interpretation of the texts. She said I could see what others could not. She has opened my mind to the consideration that my condition is a blessing rather than a curse. Time will tell. Entry 8. Our peace was disrupted today by an assault from the warmongering cabal at our doorstep. I was ushered to safety at the top of the spire by Liana, one of our warlock sisters. Without a moment's notice, she jumped straight into the fray and began to push our intruders back. During the battle, something strange occurred. Liana was fighting near insurmountable odds, based on the amount of ammunition I heard discharged, and she was overcome. Of course, she was resurrected by her ghost, but the spire reacted. There was a hum. The timbre consisted of two distinct resonating tones, one smooth and warm, the other sharp and cold. I thought I could have imagined it through the ringing of gunfire, but it was most certainly there. It was almost imperceptible, and I thought merely a coincidence until it happened again. Eramak, the other warlock and student of the Dawnblade, was also temporarily disposed of. The roar of the Colossus's slug launcher tearing through Eramak's flesh was unmistakable, but so was the tone that followed. I have to know more. We were able to withstand their incursion, but not without suffering a few casualties. Now we must prepare for a funeral, but my thoughts are dominated by that mysterious tone. Perhaps later we can try to replicate it. Entry 12. After explaining the phenomenon to Sister Feora, she has recruited the warlocks to participate in thanatonautic death trials, in the hopes to recreate the hum and gain some clarity in its purpose. During these trials, I had others accompany me to the top of the spire to see if they too could hear the tones. None were able to ascertain much. It seems one would need to be musically inclined or have some training, and the weight has fallen on me to decipher the code. I can't be sure of the intent, but I am certain of the cause. Every time one of our warlocks sacrificed themselves, that same resonance would reverberate through my ears. What does it mean? And what purpose does it serve? Is the spire, in fact, an instrument? I need to expand my research further and see what tones this structure is capable of producing. Entry 22. Through countless debates, I have received permission to broaden the scope of my Inquisition. We have designs to organize something more formal. Launching under the guise of a tournament or competition, we're leveraging contacts we've made to repurpose some weaponry as bounty. The Guardians are already killing themselves in Shax's Crucible. I proposed making our version more exclusive to draw out only the most adept fighters with the strongest connection to the light. We can make them purchase entry to further fund our studies. they will literally pay for the privilege to kill each other for our rewards. I've stumbled onto something grand. I will do whatever it takes to get the answers I seek, just as Osiris would. Should he ever return, I imagine he will be quite proud and pleased to meet me. Chapter 5.
Ambition.
They're so eager to tear each other apart for guns and cloth. Brother Vance sighed. The early trials match ran its course. A hunter, cloaked in light grey and clutching Drang, pressed one hand to a bullet wound in his gut and slumped into cover. He winced as his ghost spun light into the wound, slowly weaving flesh together and extracting the bullet. He checked the remaining ammunition in his sidearm. 2 hostile guardians stalked his position in pincer formation and pinned him with suppressing fire. Blood money runs cheap these days, Vance continued. He shifted toward the frame next to him. Don't you think, Cheska? Perhaps the presented motive is flawed. Cheska, a repurposed Redjack and assistant to Vance, had expressed hesitation about their endeavour. It had expressed hesitation about using its uplink to patch into the Crucible monitoring system. It had expressed hesitation about the strangely coded subroutine running in the Lighthouse Spire's architecture. Some level of anxiety, Vance would jab, was intrinsic to Redjack programming. In the Crucible, Lord Shaxx guides new lights with positivity and... Vance nodded for a moment before interrupting. Most Guardians care only for power and glory. That is what makes Osiris so unique. Meaning drives us. Understanding, knowledge. These are the marks of our work's importance. Gunshots rang through the arena's capture devices. Cheska's commentary singled in on the hunter, last remaining of his fire team. The hunter twirled from their cover, propelled by a burst of light, and flicked a trip mine grenade under the assailant on his left. The explosion killed her instantly, allowing the hunter to shift and rattle off 3 rounds, Vance noted, toward his other opponent. 1 round struck the Guardian's helm and ricocheted off, splitting his visor. The hunter squeezed the trigger again, which responded with an ineffectual click. The split helm Guardian rushed him. The sandy lighthouse alcove they had repurposed as observation room was abuzz with Cheska's match analysis and an inconspicuous droning. The hunter dropped his sidearm and reached for a slung fusion rifle, but the rushing Guardian struck him solidly with a fist of lightning. The droning hum shifted somewhat lower. Vance straightened against his chair back at the frame's vibrant description of Guardians spinning deeper into ruthlessness. He could feel a crescendo hanging just moments ahead. He noted the resonant murmur undulating through his skin and into his bones. Downed and stunned, the hunter struggled to stand. The split-helmed Guardian towered above him, pulled a hand cannon and slowly discharged every single chamber. The hum spiked. Fire team eliminated, Cheska stated blankly, though Vance could barely hear its words. The victor stood over the hunter's bullet-ridden corpse, and the lighthouse sang to Vance. The hunter's ghost compiled into existence over his guardian's body. Someone needs an attitude adjustment, the ghost sneered. The victorious guardian craned his head toward the ghost. He raised his hand cannon and sunk trigger to frame. The revolver cylinder rotated, the hammer fell, and the piece gave off a heavy, empty click. Are you crazy? Brother Vance, I believe a ghost is in danger. It is against Sanction C2-1 to harm a Lightbearer's ghost. Vance tuned the frame out, turning his ear instead to various audio playbacks from the match. He listened to distinguish gun caliber, light affinity, and fire team movements as the hum's tone changed. He traced them through sound cues and shouted disembodied announcements. He pinpointed each variable for which he could account and directed Cheska to capture every analytic scrap. The Guardian dropped around into the cylinder and spun it lazily. Let's find out. The Hunter's ghost discharged a pulse of light, blinding the Guardian and raising the Hunter. The risen Hunter swift drew a cannon of light, as if reactively defending his ghost. He cracked off a single golden shot from his flame-licked weapon. The shot pierced its target and sent ash snaking into the air. The lighthouse played Vance a new song. It hummed deeper than before. He took in the sensation as low bass rolled through his chest. The hums grew dull, darker, as if born from death. Vance sat straight up, spine rigid, with a wide smile on his face. He composed a harmony of similar tones in his mind, tracking their down-pitch trajectory with anticipation. He thought of Osiris, how his research had led him down less travelled routes through less practiced methods. The knowledge that Vance alone could interpret these tones focused his work and narrowed his inhibitions. Purpose persuades. Cheater, Cheska blurted out. Match call, misalignment. Vance's response ducked the conversation to start his own. I heard the light bend. The lighthouse reached out to that Guardian when they died, and their light reached back. They are harmonious. Cheska picked up on his line of thought, adding, anomaly detected. There has been a transmission from the lighthouse. Uplink time 0.00019 seconds. A random artifact, nothing more. Conclude this match. Archive the recordings. There is much to do. Match call misalignment. Of course, we cannot abide cheating. Give the match to the team with the incinerated one, if you believe that to be best. Vance tilted his head at Cheska's biting tone. It was sharp, unlike the lathering hum of the lighthouse, unlike peaceful static from the structure's subroutine channels. The frame was starting to sound like Liana, her doubt. Deliver the prizes to the victors. You are no longer needed here. Chapter 6. Beguiled. The condensation from the air vent dripped in a near-perfect 4/4 time signature, a slow metronome, behind Brother Vance's shoulder. He nodded to the rhythm while he waited. She'll see you now. He felt more like a prisoner than an esteemed guest, but he also considered how rare the audience he'd garnered was. Vance expected the red carpet, or whatever the awoken equivalent of that is, to be rolled out for him. The information he'd amassed would surely warrant such pomp and circumstance. Perhaps after their conversation the tone would shift. How could it not? The Queen's paladins escorted Brother Vance through the reef's interconnected tunnels. It was musky and due for a cleaning as far as his nose could observe. He always took note of the paths he'd travelled, a useful device in case of a need of escape. 2 rights, a left, a doorway, a long hallway, 6 stairs and another doorway. The air here was much clearer than Mercury, probably filtered, he assumed. The Queen of the Reef, Her Majesty Mara Sov, announced one of the paladins in a rather boisterous manner. There were others in the room, Vance noted. My lady, Vance said, paying her the obeisance that he felt she deserved, genuflecting before her grace. Speak, she commanded. Was he a dog to her? I was hoping this would be more of a conversation than a presentation, Vance replied. He felt this was already off on the wrong foot. I do not have time to converse. Do you have something for me or not? I have a great many things. Truths that must be acknowledged, with ramifications reaching far beyond these walls. It requires your extraordinary insight. Then speak. Vance curled his lip and let out a low sigh. You seek something in return, Queen Mara, perceptive as always. I do. The information I have is extremely sensitive. I ask the room be cleared until we've spoken. Queen Mara considered this, put her hand up, and locked eyes with Petra for a second. The room cleared out. We are alone. Say what you came to say. I've discovered something quite disturbing, yet wholly revelatory. As you know, we've been running the trials for some time now. On Mercury there exists a spire, one of many that we've called the Lighthouse. Inside, a two-toned note resonates whenever Guardian death occurs. It's a strange and almost imperceptible sound, but I hear it as clearly as I hear your voice today. The tone tells me that Guardians have dangerous potential within them. My queen, why do you think I allow you to stay here? You believe you have occupied my reef without my knowledge of the studies you conduct? How did you... Vance was awestruck. We know this truth. We are awoken. We are balance. Brother Vance, I would advise you to finish up your trials with a defter hand and to destroy all records of your findings. You've stumbled onto something too grand in scale for your comprehension. Keep this to yourself. Brother Vance's head hung low, and his shoulders slumped. You know everything. And yet I have learned nothing beyond what I came here with. I would like some clarity. Queen Mara looked over Vance. While she didn't feel compassion toward him, his situation was unfortunate. Come closer. Vance's head slowly returned upright. Did he hear her correctly? Closer, I said. Vance took several steps up to her throne. The air around Mara seemed to shift. It was more elegant, crisp upon his tongue. Her words carried more cleanly through it, somehow. I cannot offer you any clarity. The universe will reveal all when the time comes. There is, however, something you can do for me. Yes, anything. Vance was desperate to get back in her good graces. She leaned in, whispering near his ear, "When you see our friend..." Chapter 7. Nyctalopia. Entry 58. I am blessed. While I have chosen to ignore her suggestion to cease my research, the Queen has revitalized me with purpose. To know my charge with such clarity is a divine offering. I alone have been receiving communications from the affectionately named Lighthouse. Not a single man, woman, or guardian can interpret the complexity and nuance of the hums, the music of death. I always make sure to be near, so as not to miss a note. Each one brings a new revelation, answering a question, raising another. I am recognized within our congregation as well. Speaker of the Lighthouse, they call me. A lofty and somewhat ironic title given the contemptuous feelings toward the heretic, but I'm honored nonetheless. Finally, I have chosen to decommission the frame Cheska. Its exhaustive knowledge could have compromised my standing in this matter. Queen Mara was correct in her assertion of the sensitivity of my work. Now it is between me, the Queen, Osiris, and the light and dark itself. No more loose ends. Entry 63. The inevitable has occurred. For all their hubris and self-righteousness, they couldn't withstand the onslaught of the Red Legion. The Traveller's Light has been suppressed by Dominus Gaul and his insurrection of the Tower. The timing was impeccable, and offered me an insight I hadn't previously considered viable. Many lives were lost today in a barbarous skirmish across the Lassity, but none as important as the life lost in our trial. I believe Guardians have adopted the term final death for these such instances. A competitor was defeated at the precise moment the light was stripped from him, his ghost destroyed in the concussive blast from a pulse grenade. Then, the most marvellous phenomenon occurred. The lighthouse spoke to me, but changed its key. A D sharp minor, if I'm not mistaken. Previously, I had been presented with only a harmonious two-toned note. The implications, as I made clear to Queen Marasov, could not be overlooked. Today, I am presented with a defining note that substantiates my theory and validates everything our founder stood for. When I speak now, everyone should listen, for I alone hold the truth. As it stands, I have no further use for the trials, and we will be discontinuing the tournament indefinitely. I have what I came for. All I need now is counsel. Maintenance Operations Log 30037. Type: Maintenance Frame Operations Log. Parties: 2. 1. Guardian Type Class Titan. 1. Guardian Type Class Warlock. Associations: Biggie 9940, Unit 2070. Caloris Spires, Mercury. Crucible, Trials of Osiris. BG Maintenance Attachment, Osiris. Saint 14. Vanguard Commander's Registry, Cult of Osiris. I told you I would guide them to build the lighthouse, not carry the torch for you. The Guardians require a balance Lord Shax can't provide. There is no one else. And what about you? I have unfinished business out in the dark. Take this. What is this? A letter? For your eyes only, when I depart. Trust nothing, no one. Ha ha, except you, of course. When have I ever led you astray? This week, you mean. Help when you can. The Vanguard have been serving too long. Their blind spots have grown, perhaps. But they're wiser, too. Ikore and the Commander have guided the city through dire straits. Have you spoken to the House of Light, like I asked? I would rather not speak with Fallen. They may need our help. Their cause is just. What happened to trust no one? What happened to your sense of right and wrong, hero? That is the city's word, not mine. And the people still remember when I defended its borders from those very Fallen. Our kind live for a very long time, Saint. Too long to be bearing grudges. These accolades I wear are a reminder of what we lost to get here. I think those who gave them to you would be disappointed to hear that. I'd nearly forgotten that you finally asked about them. We live too long for regrets. You taught me that. Don't forget the House of Light. If I can find the time, yes. Not all of us conjure echoes. Reflections, Saint. I have no need for echoes anymore. What do you mean? What's the difference? One is a manifestation of light. The other, reserved for taken kings. Better suited for traversing the sundial because of what lies at its core. One day you'll have to tell me exactly what you and the Guardian did to bring me back. We did what we had to. Trust me. Now you sound like the rat. No, the Drifter sounds like me. Where do you go next? Wherever my road takes me. The lunar pyramid has galvanized the hive. Toland has been left unchecked for too long. I hear he's still wandering the cursed city. Then you really are just going to leave me with a burning sack. I should call it the Trials of Saint 14. You could, but you know how fickle Guardians can be about names. I will prepare them, in your stead, for what's coming. One last time. It's bad luck, to say last. Try not to put them on too high a pedestal, Saint. There's no one else to guide them. The Summoner. She awaited signal lock, hands loosely bent around flight sticks, sun to her back. Trestin's sight sank into stupor and stretched far across the outshined light of distant possibilities. Flanking starlight pushed her jump ship's shadow outward into space. It was what it was, and nothing more. Mercury hung beneath, buried in a storm of solar wind like a dark pit enveloped by ripe flesh. She hadn't returned in years. Previous iterations of trials and constant exposure to the Crucible had sated her curiosities of quietus. None of that mattered anymore. Not after the moon. It was over. Finality was coming. Trestin's return was a pretense for preparation, a living funeral to find conclusion on one's own terms. She had begun to see the sense concealed in wanton dissociation, the seriousness underneath the dressings of the menagerie, the truth in the word ringing through its halls. It was over. Time to make peace. Saint 14 is going to be watching us. No pressure. SIDDHARTHA twisted a faded purple ribbon through the plates of his gauntlet and flexed his fingers. No pressure at all. Trestin mouthed the words, barely producing a sound before Yara's voice cut into the chatter. Look alive, team. We are the thin line drawn before the darkness. We are Guardians. No holding back. Thin. A line to be swallowed in scope. No holding back. Burning Shrine, lock. Transmat firing. Astral Horizon. SIDDHARTHA opened the comms first. I'm flanking. They're not going to know what hit him. Don't overextend, SIDDHARTHA. Trestin and I are pushing A-side. Those damn wheels block our firing lines. The words flew from Yara's lips with concerned purpose. Trestin chimed in. Krimik's on their team. He laid me out in Crucible a few weeks back. Just so you know. Can't stop the lightning, Yara. I just ride it where it takes me. SIDDHARTHA's smile was almost audible. You're a goober. You're going to be a dead goober, Trestin added. If you die, die with honor, Guardian. Yara's tone struck a chord in his heart, and SIDDHARTHA quickened his pace. He locked eyes with the Guardian down lane and charged, shotgun in hand, whipping a lightning grenade toward Pillar to cover his side. SIDDHARTHA heard the distinctive revving of a fusion weapon building power and leapt into the air. I hope you're watching. SIDDHARTHA felt the current surge through him, an arc through the air, connecting him to his target. As his opponent's fusion rifle let loose, SIDDHARTHA surrendered himself to the light. His muscles convulsed as droves of arc energy pulsed through his nervous system and overtook him. He was a bolt, screaming across the burning shrine and painting the arena in the glow of static glory. A saintly voice confirmed his strike. A smile split across his face. A rifle fired in the distance. A grounded thud, heard by none. Welcome to the trials of Osiris. Saint 14's booming voice rippled across the shrine like an avalanche. Kitake felt fear wash over him as he advanced toward Pillar. He had heard stories of great and powerful guardians using trials as a proving ground, and now they had a legend challenging them to lead. A time for leaders, but that time was not his. He was far more inclined to rewards reaped from victories and the security of the reef. The future discarded both those sentiments with callous indignation. This was not a time to look to the future. This was a time to escape it. One of them's crossed, peeled off towards Sea Point. Crimic 5 crackled over radio. I'm on it. Kitake moved right to cut off the opposing team's flanking advance. You're out of my sight line, Kitake. He met eyes with a flanking Titan barreling toward him, shotgun in hand. Kitake raised his fusion rifle and it whirred to life. The noise carried, and the Titan leapt into a charged meteoric eruption. Fusion energy ripped through the crackling bolt to no avail as it descended on him. Kitake ran. Crimic, thunder crash! Help, now! Thunder. Yes! Saint 14's voice boomed. There was a sliver of his being left after the crash. A root, held on baited hook just below a placid screen. A chaos waiting to be returned to order. Somewhere a ghost hummed with patience. Soon the light would fill Kitake again, and he would live. It was Crimic 5's honour to hold the flank. Sun at his back, there was no better position to provide overwatch in the burning shrine. He was the watchtower, and none would escape his vigil. Curt radio chatter signalled his fireteam's advance as he called out enemy manoeuvres. Crimic 5 watched tense bursts of movement and exchanges of fire as his fireteam jockeyed for position. Solar had ripped through their previous opponents with off-putting ferocity, and Crimic was ready for this to be their last match of the day. He looked over her through his scope. Solar's silhouette marinated in an eerie shimmer that distorted the air as she moved. He stilled his body and sent a shot over her head to force an opponent back into cover. Aiming a little close, Solar sent a glare over her shoulder into the sun. Crimic 5 moved his scope off her. Duck! His earpiece crackled. Katake's voice drilled into his head. Thunder crash! Help! Katake's voice screeched out of existence as the lightning overtook him and Saint bellowed. Crimic saw a bright flash burst from the hallway leading towards Sea Point. Be advised, I'm leaving the perch, moving to trade for Kitake. He slid into position and snapped his trusted long rifle down lane. His sights found an unlucky Titan, lightning still crackling from their armor. Fate cries foul for you, brother. The shot hit squarely, and the Titan dropped. Sorry I couldn't save you, Kitake. Next time. Tomorrow's answer. Yara slammed a rocket into her launcher. These crates really skimp on quantity. Sadie is down, Tristan turned to Yara. This one's alone. The words had barely escaped her when a warlock brimming with void light nova warped past them. Yara turned and launched a rocket over Tristan's head. The opposing warlock concentrated her aura of void energy into her hand and unleashed a supernova blast. The two projectiles collided. Void and flame ripped through each other and burst outward, sending all three fighters in different directions. Yara groaned as her vision began to clear. Her head sang a familiar tune of disoriented pounding and auto-rifle fire. Fresh blood ran from rigid shrapnel protruding from her leg. "Trestin, check in." No answer. Yara reached blindly through dust and particulate to recover her weapon, but found only scattered bits of stone and debris. Static streaked through her visor, throwing heat signatures directly in front of her through the swirling dust. She knocked the side of her visor to clear the interference. A violet shockwave pushed away the dust. Trestin knelt a few paces away, beaten. The warlock bent her glowing hand into Trestin's chestplate, lodging a vortex grenade into her armor. Yara met her eyes and saw the void overtake her. She did not hear the scream or the splitting armor. She only saw flickers of Trestin break apart and scatter as the vortex ate away at her. Yara shook the shock hold on her mind and pulled her sidearm. She snap-fired a round into the warlock's shoulder. The warlock recoiled from the force and whipped an open palm of malformed void at Yara, releasing unstable energy that shattered the pistol's frame into ragged scraps. No more of that. That was cruel. She didn't deserve. None of us deserve. It's about what you can get. The warlock smiled and raised a hand of gnarled void. Brace yourself. The Scholar. Sola could feel the light twisting from her prey's core. She jerked her hand, which dripped with hungering power, and plucked at something deeper. Sola worked her power between her prey's ribs and felt them give way. She dug in spite of the pleas, feeling for a grip to hoist their light to the surface and find what hid underneath. So, Sola's intent bit deeper, malleable claws that flexed against her prey's light. They probed through blood and muscle to an umbral center. It's within you too. Her prey's scream was silenced as a shot rang out from over Sola's shoulder. It struck her opponent square in the temple, and the body collapsed. Sola's perverse light dissipated. What the hell was that? Chromic 5 lashed into her ear. Before she could answer, Saint 14's voice burst through the arena's audio channel. Enough! Sola took a step back. A transmat deployment fired behind her. She turned, perplexed at the massive armoured figure that now stood before her. I do not know what strange light you are weaving, Warlock, but this is too far. I didn't realize trials had gone soft. No, your victory stands. This is not the Crucible. There is no punishment, but I will not allow needless torture of a Guardian. Isn't Guardian on Guardian violence the point? Strength through death? You are no Guardian. Saint turned away from Sola and looked to Chromic 5 as he approached. I hope you know what company you keep. Chromic 5 slung his rifle and pierced Sola's visor with livid eyes. He knelt and extended a hand to the broken Guardian's ghost. I'm not party to this. Not my style. Chrimic's eyes scanned the grotesque scene. I'm sorry I wasn't faster. Sola could feel Saint 14's light eclipse her own. His hand clenched into a fist. She stifled as much of her temper as she could muster. Fine. You're all as good as dead anyway. Good luck with your war. Sola turned to leave. Saint raised his hand to a swatch mark on his helm. Geppetto, recall me and get these fighters back on their feet. This match is over.
It's been a while, old man. The tower looks at you and sees a god. what I see, a thug, a murderer, betrayer. You know why I left the Infinite Forest, what I saw. A line has been drawn in this system. Light on one side, dark on the other. Where do you stand?
What gives me pause? Mars. I'm willing to overlook your past. Crimson light quivers, exhales, and surges in waves across bedrock walls at quickening tempo. Deified machination ripples in judgment. Trust doesn't come easily with you. Osiris's eyes wash in Warmind light. He remembers Saladin's words, remembers the names that were. He feels small again, against the wash, alone. Osiris feels the weight of Rasputin's assessment. Rhythmic cipher crashes over him as displays sling projections into maddening motion. Osiris's face splits into golden multitudes to consume the information. Eyes in all directions, searching for the path. Rasputin constructs a model of the system, highlighting an anomalous signal near the edge of Soul's influence. Osiris's mind sieves the data into manufactured purpose. He is led, never one to follow, with nothing left to chase. Oxidized dust scours the landing pad. Sagira greets Osiris as he exits the bunker and slumps into his jump ship. How did it go? Better than expected. Did you say hi to Ana? She is busy. We have a lead. Osiris grips the flight stick. His gaze slips betwixt and between points of focus. Do we have to leave right now? Sagira floats into his sight line. I'm sure Saint would. Their eyes don't meet. We have a long flight. Sagira relents. Her tone sharpens. How long? Kuiper Ort expanse. Kuiper's slingshot achieved. Course correction. Negative. Brake line trajectory failure. Alert. Gravitational anomaly. Bow. Solar warmth peels away into guideless vacuum as Osiris skims across the heliopause. A hollow serenity bathes his face. What is it? Osiris breathes a sigh of relief at the sight of the anomaly. An answer. I feel strange. Sagira settles from her orbit about Osiris's shoulders, her voice crackling with interference. It might be best if you stay with the ship. It might be best if you had better ideas. Osiris grunts under his breath and cuts the engines. I won't be long. Course correction. Negative. Brake line trajectory failure. That's never true. Sagira scans the warping stillness. There's nothing in there, Osiris. No reason to worry then. Sagira narrows her iris at him. I can't even find a point to transmit you to. No matter. What? Sagira faces the anomaly. What are you trying to prove? Osiris affixes a visor to his helmet and clips a localizing beacon to his belt. With a hiss, his head swims in pressurizing atmosphere. It has to lead somewhere. His helmet radio vies with interference. Sagira droops in disappointment. Does it? He looks through her, eyes sullen and heavy. He nods. A great maw yawns before them, wicked and soft. Brilliant, unfurling layers of opaque invitation. They drift. The deep comfort hums through his skin, breeding a resilient calm. A silent static stasis boiling away at the brim of consciousness. Collision alert. Bow. Course correction. Negative. Collision imminent. The anomalous maw welcomes It is a gullet, endless in hunger and depth, that splits reality like petals, opening to consume the sun. The depth warps. Sweet flavor spins through the senses. It cradles him, locks in motionless descent, rocks away fear with warm recognition, stretches and wraps and cribs. Collision alert. Starboard. Bow. Abeam. Radial. Aft. Bow. Abeam. Port. Aft. Radial. Port. Bow. Course correction. Negative. Trajectory failure. Collision. Failure. It threads through space, set adrift beyond and before, until there is only within. Within. A point. Lone and stark amid the undulating expanse. Distant at the edges and forward, only deeper. Osiris, a wayfaring witness. A reluctant heir. A broken promise made true. A husk to fill a throne of sustenance. A shear to prune the vine. A warden to vacancy. A mind elated and crestfallen. A sojourner of meaning ever seeking. He turns back. Sagira's light blinks from shaded canopy within his vessel. Starless bends weave and break through pools of luminescent memory. They flow to the point beyond. The point grows gaunt, and if he were to reach out, he would brush the walls with his fingertips. Osiris stands in dark, quiet comfort. He treads placid trim. He swims in depth lined by pale rivers of white gnashing far below and above. He sends forth his echoes. Their sight finds no purchase in the gullet. They push the walls beyond his fingers and let stand only the path of want. They drift until no longer felt. The skeins neither snap nor remain. Before him, the gnarled point softens and splits into a blooming cathedra. A metal seed laid barren in the bosom of the throne in a pool of light. A nexus. He plucks it from the pool. From its dripping spawn a rapturous light, spreading through the enormity and ravenously washing over the gullet at increasing pace. Dark gives way to cold, reflective alloy, to logic and formless calculus. The cathedra, overwhelmed by prediction, rings with the dull, mimicked tone of congruence. They scream to Osiris, his mind. They crave, never to tire, his unique causality. They would grow, unceasing, death to death, forever. The path of want falls to assimilation. Osiris flees to the safety of Sagira's blinking light. The gullet quivers reverberation that trails his every step in sentient chromic glisten. He calls for her to open the ship, to break the false light wave that besets his every step, to... I'm glad you've changed your mind. Sagira's shell shines a reflection across the cockpit as Osiris's jump ship rolls to face the sun. Ready to go? Kuiper slingshot jump lock. Trajectory clear. Green line. Sagira. He grips a cold metal seed. Yes. The sun hangs dim and distant in a sea of ink. Its waning glare burns the focus out of Osiris's eyes. Blind to all other points they drift, engines humming in anticipation, vessel drenched in an angular shadow. Chapter 8. Idolatry. Vance had been waiting for this moment since his purpose was revealed to him. He'd often fantasized what it would be like to meet the fabled Osiris. He had imagined the exchange so many times. Brother Vance, I'm indebted to your servitude. You have solved one of the greatest mysteries of our age. Your dedication, wisdom, and passion inspire me and reinvigorate me. No, great Osiris, it is you who inspired me to become the man you see before you. Together, we can change the world. This was anything but that moment. You've wrapped your mind around an idea of your own making. I have always tolerated this fawning movement of yours, but this is a step too far. Osiris seethed. Brother Vance was awestruck. He stared blankly at Osiris, unsure of what he could say to quell his anger and dissolve his frustration. What I have discovered is dangerous enough to destroy every man, woman, and child in existence. You're meddling with forces outside your grasp, Osiris reprimanded. I warn you, here and now, remove yourself from this lighthouse. Find a simple life. Start a family, write music, leave Mercury and this fool's errand behind. Vance considered this. I thought you would be proud. Osiris's sullen grumble told him otherwise. If you hold weight to my words at all, you will honor them. Your duties will be assumed by another. Vance's chest felt as if an avalanche had occurred. A cavalcade of dread filled his lungs. He turned away from the man he'd admired for so long, speechless and demoralized. Standing in front of the mercurial vista before him, overwhelmed and listening, the lush marigold sand slopes sweeping over themselves with each breeze, rushing radiolarian fluid cascading down from Vex emplacements, the distant pulsing of an unclaimed patrol beacon. His back now to the structure that once inspired him with its song. It mocked him with a deafening silence. How could he have miscalculated this so erroneously? Osiris felt a pang of pity for Vance, but had greater matters to attend to, and left without offering a farewell. That was rough, Sagira sneered. But he was right. Everything he discovered. The implications. I know, Osiris admitted remorsefully, which makes his situation all the more precarious. Osiris, wait! Brother Vance came vaulting out of the lighthouse at breakneck pace. Here we go. Hush, Sagira. Queen Mara Sav wanted me to tell you... Vance struggled to catch his breath. She wanted me to tell you... Plant the seed. Osiris studied Vance quizzically. I don't know what she means, but she said you would, Vance offered, apologetically. I believe I do, Osiris replied, placing his hand on Vance's still heaving shoulder. Thank you. This is quite useful. Well done. With that, Osiris departed. Vance listened as the sails of Osiris took off, the pungent smell of burning fuel from its turbine engine clogging his nostrils, and repeated to himself, Well done, with a slight smile breaking across his lips. Saint's Vocation. Saint, I regret that we must once again part ways so soon after your arrival. Knowing you are there to watch over the trials assuages any concerns, and is the only reason I feel comfortable departing on this urgent mission. I must leave you with a monition, though. Be forewarned. The former custodian of the lighthouse was delving into dangerous territory. The lighthouses are not what they seem. They may bring a ruin upon us that we have no answer for. They may also be innocuous, but you know their architects as well as I. Lean toward caution. I urge a careful eye and ear. Their final intent is not known to me. I will return. I look forward to our reunion. Stay vigilant. Yours, in time, Osiris. Chapter 9.
Spire.
The new lighthouse obscured the silhouette of the sun. It cast a long shadow that wormed across Mercury's uneven terrain in orbital locked perpetuity. Ships descended, some flawless, others to maintain what fragile holds the Vanguard claimed. Rust and sand-baked, and distant space was alight with half-earned talk of posterity. No Cabal blemish remained in orbit. No shattered lines rewrote the landscape. There was only frenetic stillness, a discomforting itch unresolved, a knowing inclination that ignorance could not quash. Unity is fragile. Vance stood in the old lighthouse, frantically assembling the infinite simulacrum, a machine formed from bits of simulation seeds and connective Vex architecture to mimic a pocket forest. Textured notes and schematics derived from Osirian lore guided his hand. He heard stories from passing guardians of increasingly frequent coronal mass ejections. Vast bursts of charged particles whipped into space and furled around a gravitational monster buried from sight and sense in the roar of the star wind. Passage to Mercury had become more dangerous for the uninitiated. These unnatural motions were heralds of speculation, and he had read the signs. He knew the prophecies by heart and mind and intention. Ruin. Something new
And so very old.
emerged, brother to a shriveling star. An angular,
Hungering, patient, yawning deep.
shadow reached across Mercury. Uncounted
Known
spires fell under its grasp.
with uniform relief.
Dulcet tones brought low under lightless breath, and the weight of dark
Salvation.
hummed beneath the shadow. Their echoes spilled out,
Awaken
flowed over crumbling spires.
in conversation.
One singular speck of illumination blinked into being,
An end.
seen by none, and then
Many.
spread as the shadow did. The old lighthouse
Spire's collective.
beamed
Rose.
and flared as shadow overtook it.
To meet the underbelly.
Vance
The implement.
could hear
Their inspired voices.
weeping, not with tears, but in the
Voracious.
low
Ceremonial.
hum he had come to associate with death. He closed his eyes.
And saw what was to come.
This day had many names. None would suffice.